I don't think so.
To try to keep the spirit alive. Oh man! All right, let's go, guys. So. Let me actually. I'm gonna live now. I just need to link you guys to this guy. Slack, WBI. Start off by doing this. I'm feeling it. Finally. Finally, yeah. This morning I was so fucking tired.
Yo, I got to like 4 last night.
Nice. Yeah, I saw. I read Instagram stories, bro. I know what's going on in your life. So, the first thing I want to do is this. I want to draw this out. Now, so we can talk it through. We got the view, all right. And the way I did it was I have a dispatcher, right? This, and then I've got the actions, and then I've got the store.
I've seen this drawn in a lot of different ways.
Yep, because they on the React docs it's the other way, right? It's store is here, the dispatcher's here, actions here, right? Yeah, or dispatcher's at the bottom. So, yes, there's more than one way, but it's a loop, so that actually doesn't really matter, right?
The way you explain it seems like it's like you explaining Redux.
Redux is based on Flux, right?
So it's very similar. But like
yeah,
because so when I learned React, like it was just pair state. Okay, it wasn't these are props.
yeah. Which I don't want to do because I want to teach them through this first, right? So the idea is that you can send an event here, right? And we'll talk about this in a second, or through this some outside source. So guys, let's talk about each of these pieces step by step. Let's talk about like what it means. We'll go through the code, and then I got 2 exercises for you. One where you write your own action, and one more where you refactor the shit we wrote into separate files and stuff like that. Okay. So can we first start by talking about the store? What is the store, and what's the point of the store? Anybody?
Store.
So it's interesting you said database. Is it really a database? No, it's just an in-memory object, right? And it represents through data your app, right? So we're considering our app to be not really just like a bunch of div elements now. We're considering to be just an object, and the UI always represents what the object always represents the state of the object, if you will, at that moment, right? So that's how we're going to define the app or our apps from now on, right? So if that's the case, then this is just, quite literally a data store, right? So in our to-do list example, we had 2 things really, right? We had current value, which represented what the user has typed in, and we had a list called to-dos, right? Now the list of to-dos were actually constructors, right? There were list items that is something that like we defined. It could be anything, right? It could have been just an object. We just chose to do it that way. Okay. Now the idea is this. So the state of your app is always represented in the store. So the idea is anytime the user interacts with this, what is the view? The interface itself, which is represented as what? As components, right? So like we define components to be just constructor objects, right? That will take the state and render itself according to like whatever is here, right? So so the main source, the main point of our view is that it always reflects the stuff in the store, and that's it, right? So if you're gonna do an action on it, it's not gonna look at the DOM. It's not gonna go and do an AJAX call. It's always gonna say what kind of data has been fed to me. That's what I'm going to show. And the idea is we don't want to pass the entire store to every single view, right? We want to only pass in the pieces that it cares about. Why do we do this? What's the rationality and what's the purpose behind just passing in the pieces that the view needs to draw itself? Okay, fine, but there's one more that I'm thinking of. Reusability is what I was going for, right? Because now each view is just like a Lego block, right? It doesn't matter if we're using it to build a fucking car or a house. It just says, oh, I want like a string and one more thing, and that's all it gets. So now we can use it. So we can build stores out of multiple types of data and stuff, and like theoretically, the view can be reused across the board, and that's kind of like useful. And in fact, a lot of front-end frameworks like Semantic UI has been redone in React, where it's just like, oh, here is a drop down or an accordion.
They actually have a semantic React.
Yeah, so which I discovered, and that's what I built my last project in, and it's so fucking useful because all it is just like, oh, here's a component, here's information, done. Really useful. So the reusability part is very nice here. Now, how do we actually make things change in the view? Like if I want to click on something, I want to add an item to the list. How do we do it?
To click on something?
Yeah, if I wanted to, update the state of this thing,
Action.
yeah, if we do an action. Now, what is an action?
Just find it.
What's up?
Action is calling a function and creating an object.
Actions changing this thing.
Yeah, the action changes our store, right? In some way. Now, and you're right too, where an action is typically a string that maps to a function. So the string is something that's easy to read and understand. The function is what actually updates our store itself. Now, the idea is the action is not bound to the view, right? The action lives alone. It's like its own little object or pattern or something. And the idea is that we can actually call the actions through the view or through some other source because we have our dispatcher. And all the dispatcher does is it's sort of a wall between the view and the action on the stores, right? And so this is what allows these to be reusable because the view does not know about the actions or rather the store. It just says, hey, if I've been clicked, I'm going to do something. And the actions does not know or care about the view. It just says, hey, here's an object. Here's some sort of update I have to do. I'm going to do it. I'm going to give you back a new object. And that's it. Okay? Now, does that make sense? And so we call this unidirectional event flow because the idea is that you got a view, the user clicks or something, that emits an event, which goes to the dispatcher, which says, oh, I have to call some sort of action. And then the action will update the store, and that will redraw the view. Now, in a system like React or Angular, it's kind of like all that is abstracted away from the user. So you just say, let me dispatch this, and it just works. In our case, since we've rebuilt it from scratch effectively, we're going to have to re-render it on our own. It's not that bad. It's just one more function call that we have to do. Okay? And that's just to kind of show you how this works. And in fact, the software for this can get a little bit crazy, but the idea behind it is simple enough that theoretically you should be able to build your own version of it if you ever needed to, right? Because all it is just it's a list of function calls that update this guy, and this just calls it. Okay? Bless you. So, and again, the idea is that when code gets crazy, right? So, you don't use Flux to make a stupid little app. I would say don't ever use Flux to make a to-do list app. But I think it shows the concept here pretty well. But you want to use Flux if you're gonna make your Instagram app, right? Because you have a bunch of different data sources, right? You've got your users tables, your post tables, your feeds, and the user can do a bunch of shit, right? The user can hit like, the user can maybe comment, the user can upload a post, all this stuff. So a lot of things are going on, and the data state is always updating. And so for that reason, that data state is always in flux, if you will. And so for that reason, if you use something like this, it's just very easy to reason about what's happening where, and things are structured in a certain way, right? So it goes back to the idea that if you want things to be more modular and reusable, you have to add more abstraction, right? And that's exactly what's going on here. The other point is that I want to make is that in terms of doing asynchronous stuff, because what we're going to talk about for today even will not be asynchronous, right? It's just, we're adding to an array and so forth, right? There's several ways of doing it. One thing you could do is when the user does a click, you trigger an action so the view can say, oh, you clicked something, and you make an AJAX call, and when the server comes back, you trigger, another action. And that's how, a library like Redux does it. I don't like that. So the way I build capacitor is I actually made all the actions promise-based. So every single action will return not just a state, it'll return a promise which returns a state. So now if you have to do some sort of Ajax, that's fine. Just do the Ajax. It's a promise. Just do dot that. Okay. So that's how. And so I'm not sure if I'll show you that. Maybe I don't know. But that's how you would just like. It's very easy to forget about the asynchronous part of JS here because it's a very straightforward thing. But that does throw a little bit of a wrench of things, but it's not super bad. Maybe we'll take a look at it. So what I want to do is this. I'm going to first open up the code from Thursday and just walk through the entire thing. So I want you guys to walk me through it so we can understand what it looks like, what it does, and so forth. And then, what's up?
So you make people talk about it one
But it's okay because I also have practice.
No, because when you vocalize outward, you speak. I don't know.
No, I see what you're saying, but the other part is like you don't want to make people feel uncomfortable.
Let them feel uncomfortable. It's
So-
better here than somewhere else.
That's a good point.
Listen, I'm back.
But I also have a practice implementation where there's a bunch of stuff I want you guys to do. So there's also that. Anyway, let's start off with this guy. I'm gonna I already have this clone, so I'm just gonna. I mean, obviously, I'm the one who pushed it. What's this? Where am I? Oh, NYC. Git status. Git branch. What do I got here? Right. Git checkout lecture 50 flux P2. Git status. All right, now let's go here. And let's do pwd. Where am I? npm run watch. Hook me up, buddy. We got. Yep, that looks about right to me. So this is what we did last time, okay?
What do we clone?
What?
What do we clone?
Oh, if you go to the warm up, I got git clone dash branch. I've got the branch name and I've got the URL.
Oh, that's the.
Yeah, I had to do it this way because like there's a weird HTML bug on this. So if I do the whole thing, it stretches out, and I couldn't figure it out. I was like, "Fuck this shit," because sometimes it's what you gotta do, you know. But anyway.
Wait, what's dash branch? To let you go into specific branch?
Yeah, so git clone dash branch will let you clone specific branch from URL. No.
So is that how we're supposed to clone it? With the dash dash?
Yeah, because otherwise it'll always clone the master branch, right? Which is, you know, that's the starter code, so it's gonna be completely empty. What's up?
What was the bug?
Oh, I just,
With this UI, right?
what's up?
You're saying you couldn't post a full link with this UI?
Yeah, I couldn't post like so if I put this here and this here, it gets super long and it pushes that off. And I think it's just like a CSS bug that I didn't feel like dealing with. To answer your question, we'll take a look at it. Okay, so actually there was like a whole bunch of bugs, but the first one I'm hoping you saw, which was just a stupid like something got deleted by mistake. But anyway, CD source. Okay, now you know what? I'm gonna open this up in Sublime probably because it makes more sense too. Fuck. I call it to-do list flux, yeah. Open me up. Cancel. All right, my friends, here we go. So JS source index. Whew, this is ugly as fuck, but that's okay. We can improve it. So this is our current standing implementation of the poor man's flux that we built, right? So this guy right here. So let's start off from line 1 and go forward. So or lines 2 and 4. What are we doing in lines 2 and 4? We're importing some shit, right? We're not using it yet, so let's just be like, all right, we're importing. I mean, it looks like we're importing a component, right? And like when I saw this after not seeing it for 2 days, I was like, what the fuck is the list item? So what do you think?
what do you guys think I did? Opened up list item to take a look at it and I remembered, oh, what is list item? Yeah, that does what though? That represents, bless you, like one item in our to-do list, right? It stores only two variables, due and complete, and it stores one what? And what does that function do? It marks complete to be true, and that's it. Okay. So again, like you could argue, Todd, this is fucking stupid. Why do we do this? But we can also say, oh well, you know what? It abstracts away the need to have to deal with like how a to-do list item works, and we're gonna add more functionality to this anyways. So it'll be like useful then, especially if you want to add like due dates and things like that, right? No. Can you tell me why it shouldn't be in the component folder? Is it a component though?
It's a component of the list item.
Nuh-uh.
Of the to-do input now.
You tell me.
But what's the other word? Components and there's another C word.
Constructor?
No.
Compose? I don't know. But why isn't this a component? How do we define component? UI, right? Like UI shit, effectively, right? It's a component is just a UI that will represent a piece of data. Is there any UI functionality here at all? For that reason. What's up? No, because this just represents some data. State of some data, that's it, right? Whereas if you look at a component UI, they always have a couple of things that we predefine, right? Like if you look here, they always have a render. They always extend a base component, right? They always have init events or something. So the idea is, again, and we're just like making up these words here because we can do that now, right? Like the idea is that the beauty of constructors is it allows us to abstract away from like the technical programming terms and just use words that make more sense with what it is that we're doing. So we're defining a component to be like a block or a box or something that represents a piece of data. Whereas the list item is just a way for us to manipulate and query the state of one piece of data. So instead of doing the constructor, we could have just had an object, right? With just two properties, due and completed, right? The only reason that we didn't was because one, you guys suggested we do it this way, and two, is that in a way it makes sense because if you ever use constructor, you can always add more functionality to it or extend it and things like that, which is useful, right? But it's important that you should be able to like tell the difference. Although when we get to React, it'll be hard not to because React components will have a fuck ton of shit, whereas these guys will not, right? But the important thing to note is that you can use constructors for both. You can use constructors to represent your data. You can use constructors to build out components that will visually represent data and everything in between, right?
Wait, so you have your constructors inside separate files,
Yes.
and they just export and
I export the class and I export. Actually, you know what? That's a good. I'm glad you brought that up. What the fuck? What's going on here? So I'm like, what am I exporting here? The class itself, right? But why am I also exporting a function called list item, the same name but with a lowercase l? What's the purpose of that? Right, we protect against the new keyword then, right? Because now we don't have to remember to use that new keyword in order to initialize our constructor, right? Why is this important? Or why is it dangerous? If we had forgotten the new keyword, what would it have done for us?
You run the risk of adding the class just to the big O, like
The window itself, right? In the case of the browser, right? Remember, the new keyword is what binds the this that we use all over here to an instance of our list item. If we didn't use the new keyword, this would refer to whatever scope it's being called in, which in the case of the browser is almost always the window.
wait. So when you call that function, it returns a return new with capital L, which calls
That guy.
class, and then this would correlate to whatever complete is and do is.
Yeah, and it would return a new instance of it, right? So and this is actually a design pattern. It's the constructor factory pattern. So this is just like some words if you want to throw them around.
But we're not using it.
What's up?
We're not using it.
Yeah, we are. Oh, actually, you know what? I think you're right. Yeah, we're probably not, but in the
the next version, like the one that you guys are gonna do for the practice, I already like I'm using it. It's working. But
They done that today?
You couldn't do like cons x equals new list item.
so here, you're saying what? Const x equals the new list item. Okay, and then what? Oh, so you're saying like why not do this, right? Well, can you tell me what's wrong with that? Well, beyond that, you're exporting one instance of it. Whereas if you export the function, you can create instances of it over and over, hence the term factory, right? So here you're just saying, oh, I defined some shit, I gave you one, but in that case, why even like define the constructor? Just build it out. But if you want multiple versions or multiple instances, if you do the function, it'll give you a new instance every time, right? So it's like, give me 10,000 BMWs versus just one.
I just saw something on the, they were like at the bottom of like export default.
You mean this?
No, at the bottom. I saw it at the bottom in Facebook plus.
Yeah, export. I mean, we talked about export default, right? Can anyone tell me what the difference is between export default and export regular? In fact, we even talked about it in fucking class. You only have one per file, and you don't have to put it in the curly brackets, right? So, like people use it for, like for example, in here, you see what we did? Import base component, no curly brackets, versus here we're putting everything in curly brackets. That's the only real difference. So again, it's another syntactic piece of sugar. Or if you want to be like, hey, this file, important piece, but then a few other things, you could do it that way too. So, for example, if we wanted, we could take this guy and do export default, right? Yeah, well, I can export as many. So I can only do one export default, but I can do as many exports as I want. So in this case, if I wanted to pull in this, I would have to put in the curly brackets. But if I wanted to pull in this, I just put the name and that's it. You see that? So again, it's just more of like a ease of use. So here, instead of doing this, I could be like, oh, LOL, I didn't have to type in these curly brackets. Done.
And you should do it that way, right? Because when you have a function factory or whatever the fuck you call it,
Constructor factory.
you don't really need to export a default other than just that one function.
I think that really does depend on like taste. I prefer to always just do exports like without default. That's just me because like I find it weird to have to like remember which one's the default and shit like that.
Honestly, when do you use it? Because when you're using React, and I have my components at the bottom, I always have export default class name.
Yeah, but that's because you're only exporting one thing. And me, I don't do default. Like if you look at my code here, watch, I'll open this up.
Wait, is that your way or like do like companies like the default stuff?
I think it depends. Is my point. All right, so that's what they do.
Like the major difference, you know?
There isn't. That's the thing. It's just like it's one of those like choice things. Like I bet you if you look at the Airbnb ES6 like JavaScript like file, they might have an opinion on it. Everyone does, but I prefer not to because I just like it's just two brackets, and also like I feel like it's just it's harder for me to remember. And if everything is consistent, I just know this is how I do it. So that's my view of it here. If I were to find this fucker, this guy, and open it up, let's see what I do by default. I don't even remember. Here, go to components. See, I do export default because it's a React class, I guess. So that's what I'm assuming. If I go to elements, yeah. So I do. Oh, you see that? So I'm not consistent either. My elements are not default, but it looks like my repos are. BT does. You see this? This is React. Very, very similar to what we've seen, right? With the one exception that now there are no backticks, and we'll talk more about that soon. What up?
What the hell are elements?
So I started using something called elements, which are not repos, but pieces of the repo. So for example, if you look at, pieces of the components. If you look at, bless you. If you look here, oh man, this is crazy. But this like defines the entire page, and then within the page, I have elements and partials. You know what? I'm not gonna go into this because this is gonna confuse people. I could show you at a break or something. Let's keep going. I wanted to specifically just explore the idea of the default versus not. If you want to use the default, I have no problems with it. It's ES6, and like I can see why people would want to use it, and clearly I fucking use it. But I'm pretty sure I just copied it from like an old project. I didn't think to update it. But I would say just know how they work is more important, I think, than and form your own opinions on why. Just make sure you can back it up. That's all. You know, if someone's like fuck you, because someone is gonna be like fuck you. Everyone has opinions, unfortunately. What's up? They already do. Oh, or some shit, right? They would be fucking happy about it. All right, so now let's talk about this, right? So what is the app data supposed to be in here? Which box does it represent? The store, right? And when we first define app data, we are defining the defaults, right? Because the idea is that when the app loads, it's either going to be completely empty, so we have the defaults and the user can populate, or it loads empty anyways, and then we can use Ajax to pull in like a bunch of values, right? But either way, when you define your store, you don't want all this shit to be like null or undefined, because it's gonna break your code or force you to do a bunch of checks, like check type of and all this bullshit. Whereas if you have them, like we know our to-dos is gonna be an array, so by default it's an empty array, so that if I do a for each or a for loop in my component that draws them, if it's empty, it won't throw an error. But if it's undefined and you try to find the length of undefined, it's gonna throw an error. You see that? So, and also it's very easy. It's also nice because now if you look at this code, you can tell, it looks like there are 5 important pieces of information that define this app. One is a property called to-dos, which looks like it's going to be some sort of list. So there's going to be a whole bunch of them. It's got a next task index. Because it says index and it's a number, I assume it's going to be an index of an array. You see how easy it is to kind of just, at the very least, understand like what the properties are and what they're probably going to be doing. And so that's the use case, right? So this store is, by itself, the store isn't that crazy, right? It's just some data that we're going to. I'm going to skip lines 14 to 29 for a second because it's not important yet, and let's talk about the actions. Okay. So obviously the actions represent this box right here, right? And the idea is the way the actions work here is we define actions that are supported in our app. So if the view for whatever reason pushes an action that we don't care about, it comes here, it can't find it, it's done, right? So the idea is it's kind of like, it helps us be, error proof, because if some weird shit goes on, it'll just fail here and it won't do anything. Now, the way it works is we define actions to be an object. I think in most cases, that's what it is. And typically, like the best practices are, they're all caps. They're like you don't want to put spaces, and they're just like a short word or, a list of words. Again, actually, I think it might help to show you mine. So if I go to like my actions, like I break them up slightly differently, but if you look here, see, so here are 2 actions here, right? And as you can see, it works almost the same way, right? You have an action, and you take something called state, right? Here, I guess I can't open it. So, this is perfect. You see that? So in our one, I called it old store. In this one, I call it state. Whatever. And then see the additional props. In one of them, I need some additional props, so I added it. The other one I don't, so I don't give a fuck. And what I do is I return a function that takes the old state and some extra crap, and what does it return? A new state, right? Which is just the old state with some shit written on top of it. Okay? And the reason why we do this is because what this means is we are always updating the same initial default app data over and over and over again. And there's going to be no chance for collisions, right? Because it's like, if you have 4 actions coming in, they're going to, even if they come in at exactly the same time, they're going to be run in a specific order, right? And so, like, you won't ever have a case where 2 actions like update the same thing, right? In like a weird way, because they'll always do one after the other. And also just cleaner and easier to read and all this kind of other bullshit. So this is what we do. Here, I'll show you one more example of, I think my open code is hardcore. Yeah. So here. So as you can see, I've got, in this case, like 8 actions, and they all do the same thing. And you can be like, yo, this is kind of like repetitive, because it is. But that's okay. What's up?
Doesn't it get hard for other people to read who don't know what's going on?
I would argue the opposite, right? Because if you know this process, here, like you guys don't know what the fuck this does. Can you tell me what all these code, what these actions might do?
Not here. I meant like if you was to like just open up the file structure of the tree, and I saw all this, I would go crazy.
Okay, but here's a question: if you are ever in a situation where you're not sure where you're going at, what's the first thing you run? Package.json first, right? Which will lead you to index, and you start here, right? And you say, okay, it looks like I'm importing a component called main, right? So what's the next thing you do? Main. Why don't you go to React or React DOM? They don't have the // in front of it, so they're NPM modules, right? So they're just libraries, right? So you say, all right, let's go to component/main. So then we take ourselves to component main. Oh, look, I'm importing another library, and these 3 are what? Oh, that's why I did it this way. I think my components, like my main, like my top level components are defaults, and everything else is not. But these are all things that I wrote, right? Or they must be. How do you know? The /, right? And then I'm importing actions from root actions, like whatever. And then in here, there's a bunch of code, and take a look. Have you guys ever seen the switch case? You know what this does? Yeah. Well, if you were to read this, right, it's like I'm grabbing the current route. What the fuck are you talking about?
There should be a default in switch cases.
I don't give a shit. Go ahead.
Just to add on that, I did make the to-do with React, and it kept bugging me about that.
By the default?
It works, but it just keeps nagging you like, hey, you don't have a default. Hey.
Wait, who said that? Oh, ESLint or some shit.
Switch cases will always yell at you when you don't have any default.
I don't give a
It
fuck.
works though. When
Well, actually, so what's interesting is I handled the default in my action. That's not the point. Stop giving them shit.
I'm sorry.
The current route is, I mean, it's a good question to ask,
Yeah.
but the current route, I'm grabbing from some sort of state object. Who gives a fuck?
Yeah.
And I'm checking. If it's the login, then I will render the login component. If it's home, I'm gonna render the home component. That's it. All right.
How you do it in React to render it.
What's up?
How you do it in React.
Yeah, this is how you do it in React. What we're gonna do is slightly different. I mean, like this is React code right now, right? And even if you don't know what the crap this does, you know this is a function that's being called. And even if you haven't seen this, we'll talk about it. But in general, though, like the structure is gonna be the same. It's gonna be the same as what we've been doing. So again, the idea is, and in fact, what's this?
That's that function that.
Well, no, but load page dash hash change. No, load page. No, I'm just talking about this. Like this is defined in terms of this. Is it a store, an action? It's an action, right? And you know because they're always in caps, and the dispatcher will dispatch them, right? So the idea is this will end up in, and the way I do it is, so you see how it says load dash page or load underscore page? I have a feature called load page, and in the actions I have all the, and I always prepend them, load page dash, load page dash. So that's that's how I do it. You can do it any way you want.
That's just a naming structure you have right there.
Yeah.
Feature, and then you put the last 2 words.
Yep.
The login. So you have a login / something action. Oh.
Right, and then in here, this is the part I care about. Actions are just strings that map to function calls that take the old state and some updates if you want to, and they return to you a new state, right? So what this function does is even, like regardless of what it's doing for the specific app, it just takes the old state, applies some changes, and gives you back a new state, right? In my version, I always return a promise, but you don't have to, right? So if you were to go into the reducers, which is what we call the functions that take the old state and change it to a new state. If you look at, it's returning a promise, that is doing an update. Done. Right, but if we were to go down to here, I wanted to create the parallel. Same exact thing is happening here, where I've got an old state, some changes, and that calls a function called create new to do, which in this case would be our reducer, right? And if you look here, what's it doing? The code's right there. What's it doing? Right, if you,
Something the old stuff.
right, but so first it's gonna grab what? So new to-do text is what? What must it be? Oh, property of props, right? Okay, and we should probably do a check here. If it's undefined, we should probably not do anything, right? But let's move on. And then to-dos looks like it's a prop of. What is old store again? The app data word, right? At some point, it starts off as the app data. It'll mutate through its life, but it's gonna be app data at some point. So we're trying to grab this piece. That's what we care about. You see? So we only grab the property that we want, and then here is where we do some shit, right? We're going to take the to-dos and we're going to add what? A new. Right. What was the list item again? You're the one who brought it up. What is it? It's the constructor we wrote, remember?
No, that returns a new.
That returns a new instance of, no, not a keyword, bro.
No, I'm saying it returns the new keyword too.
Oh yeah, it returns it, like abstracted away, right? But what this is doing is, now instead of me creating an object where I put like to do colon, like new to-do list and then date colon date now, it does it for me already. So it abstracts it away and I just say, oh, I am concatenating a new list item containing the new to-do text to my, right. So, I mean, the code might look a little crazy, but like once you get comfortable with it, it becomes very easy to read, right? It kind of just reads, it kind of explains itself. And then we are updating current to-do value to be empty because we have successfully like added it, right? Is that fair?
No way, do you push it to that array?
What's up?
Or is that-
The concat is just another way of doing a push, but you're getting back a new array, right? Because this is a functional we want to copy instead of just updating the old array. So that's why I'm doing it this way.
Non-destructive. Wait, what's that word for non-destructive? Immutable.
Immutable, yeah. And then here, what does object.assign do? You guys remember? Yep, adds it and puts it, and we do the empty one, so we have like a new copy effectively, right? So we take the old, app data, and now we have a new app data, which is exactly the same, except it has one new, item in our list, and its value has updated.
And to anybody who's a little confused about that syntax, I was a little confused about it for the longest time. But old story and what comes after it, think about it like A plus B, and then that gets assigned to whatever object is. So always think about it that way, like
Yeah,
A plus B equals the new version.
Yeah, and you can have more, right? Just like you can do A plus B plus C plus D plus E, you can just keep going. And if you add more objects, it'll just add them all.
Also the
Yeah.
first 20. Because like I understand
What?
for the longest 24. To me that's easy.
Yeah.
Why do you make the new value empty?
Oh, so the only reason I did that was because if you look here, you see how it says LOL? So if I type some shit, it clears it out.
Just create an entirely new array or that
The concat is the object.assign, but for arrays. So you know how object.assign adds to arrays? Array.concat adds, if you have so if you have something like this, right? A and B, let's say, right? And then B. If you did A.concat B, that's a parentheses, then it'll give you a new array with A and B.
Yeah.
But if you did array.push, it would push it to the first array. So now A would mutate to be AB.
Could you map on it?
No, you can't because map always takes the current amount and updates each value. But here you want to add a new value, right? So the map wouldn't work. You could do a reduce, but that's useless here.
You can explain why you wouldn't want to update instead of
The same reason I want to copy the array over. I just want to have a new version without doing. I mean, you could do it the other way. It doesn't matter. And I also kind of want to show you guys. Watch. So if I did const first array equals to A, right? Fair. And then if I did first array dot push B, what happens is first array, fuck you, bless you, has A and B. You see that?
Yeah.
However, if I did something like const first array 1 equals to A, okay, and then I did const B, fuck it, second array equals to first array, fuck you, dot concat of B. Now my first array of 1 is just A, and my second array is a whole new variable which has A and B. So I created a copy effectively. So in the case of the push, I update like whatever's in here over and over again. In the case of the subsequent one, I create this, and this is just a new one that doesn't touch this. So I get a new copy every time.
Which is useful.
Yeah, not
Yeah, I'm
clear
just
why
like,
you want it.
we have to do
See, my questions be trying to lead somewhere. I know they were thinking about that, so I asked it. Can you brush it aside?
This way.
Wait, what are you talking about? We were talking about it.
Which is useful. Why?
I'm not clear on
Wait,
why
give
you
my
want
credit.
it.
I asked the question.
Why do you want to
Not
keep?
instead of like reiterating the same array while you're adding.
Well, so
why do you wanna
so
keep
the idea is like
it?
it's the same reason why like you use array maps and array like reduces and stuff like that. The idea is that it's a trend in programming these days where what you want to do is you always want to create fresh references that represent each value of the state. And the reason why that's useful is that if you ever wanted to like one thing that Redux does is it'll actually allow you to step through every single state change of your app. So you can say, oh, it started. So it's easier to debug first of all, right? What's up? And roll back and go forward and things like that. But the other part of it is like if you do it this way, there are no more side effects because if you're using that first array for some other shit, it's no longer been mutated, so it doesn't matter. You have a new array which will do which you can pass into a new component to redraw stuff.
So that you can do something like track it.
Yeah, you can track it and things like that. Honestly, it's just a pattern, and the idea is just that you know at every step that you have a fresh version of your data that represents. It's like a snapshot of the conditions at that point. What's that?
But I've seen like problems that don't want you to, you can lose, but like I've seen solutions to it, like you make an empty array so you don't touch the original array.
Yeah, and you update it because the other thing is like you might want to. I mean, in this case, there's no reason to, but you might want to reuse the original array for some other purpose later on, right? And so if you create a new array off of it, you can use that new array for the thing you're trying to do, but preserve the old array in case you ever like need it. But in this case, it's just a pattern. It's like instead of updating that same old thing over and over again, you create new versions every time. And that goes back to the point I said where if you have like 2 or 3 things all coming at the same time, if they both update the same property, you might get some weird or unintended consequences. But if you create a new state over and over every single time, then it will, like exactly. I'm being videotaped. Holy shit! Then you know.
Start tapping.
Yeah, I can sue you, bro.
Barbershop proved to his mother. He's in class.
Mom, I'm in school right now.
They've been talking to me this morning. I don't know why.
Anyway, but the idea is so if you kind of it as the copies of the state, now if 3 changes come in, because each change gives you a new like version, you can either debug really easily, but 2, now like okay, here's where it is, but it was this before, it was that before. Okay, so it's just a pattern. This is what we do. It's like not the end of the world, right? Instead of updating, you just copy over. So we keep going, and then we just like return our store. That's it. Okay. So that's what so again, we have our store. It's the defaults. We have the actions, which defines how to mutate the store, to update values in the store. Okay. And that's where we're at so far. Any questions?
Yeah.
What's up?
So once you update the store, return the new store. So then how do you go about going back and tracking?
So what you can do is there's like a whole bunch of ways around it, but you're in your dispatcher. for instance, or even in here, like you could store it to a DB, you could store it to local storage, you can walk back, forth, and things like that. Or you can just be like, oh, LOL, let me just console.log here. You see what I mean? Well, not there. It would be right here, right before you return the new store. But you get the idea, right? And the one thing you should know is that, actually, I don't know if you knew this, but in JavaScript, if you're console.logging objects, it will always show you. It won't. So if you have like object A and then you console and then you add like a property to it, the old console will show the new property that was added because of this reason. Where if you update object keys and stuff, the first object, even though like you created it before in console.log, it will still show you all the updates. So it's kind of like actually like misleading. Whereas if you do a copy, now you know exactly which step is going on. So I mean, let me see if I can come up with a way to just here const foo equals to this, right? And then we can probably do something like this. Oh yeah. Oh, it's got to be an IIFE. This is okay. Const foo equals to this. Console.log foo, but then console.log. Hope this fucking works. Foo.bar equals to 1. And if you open this up, it looks empty, but boom. What? Didn't you console.log it before the bar was added? You see that? And this is because it's being objects are created by a reference, which means that you're pointing. It's just pointing to like, oh, here's an object that exists, and that's it. And so for that reason, if you update the reference, it'll always like reflect here. So, but if we did the other thing, if we did something like this, all right, so this is good. This is gonna work. Instead of doing this, if I did object dot assign foo, sorry, foo and now if you were to open this up, it's empty because we created a new we cloned it.
So
Is that clear? Did you see that?
But in console log after the object assigned, you get both.
Right, because you have a new object. In fact, you have to be like, oh, const foo 2 or some shit. Right? Because it's a new version. You see? First one's empty, and now you say, oh, the initial state was empty, the subsequent state was bar, and then it became 2 and 3 and stuff like that.
React console.log that for you, like you could like see each level of the updated store.
That's probably Redux, not React.
Redux.
Yeah, I know, because it does this.
Yeah.
Effectively. Wow, I learned so much about how Redux works, huh? But yeah, that's all it is. It just copies shit over and over again. But so now are you convinced this is useful?
Yes.
Maybe this is better. Okay, I should have. All right. So anyways, we have actions, and it's good that you like question this kind of shit, right? Like I think these are things that you should be questioning. Like, why the fuck are we doing this certain way? By the way, can anyone think of a drawback to that if we keep like making copies over and over again? Any potential drawbacks? No, this is complete. In fact, under this thought, constructors are bad. What's up?
If you keep making copies, take up more memory.
That's exactly it, right? So the one argument could be like, oh, well, now you're using more memory, and that's a pretty good argument. But because this is in scope and we're returning the new copy, as soon as the new copy is returned, the old one is actually dumped from memory.
Like that collection.
Garbage collection, yeah. So I won't talk about it right now because that's a whole other topic. But like, basically, every program has a way to manage the memory it uses, so shit doesn't blow up. Like in terms of like how much memory it needs. In some languages, it's all on you. Like in C and C++, you have to free the memory. If you don't, like you get a leak. In programs like JavaScript or Python, they do it for you, and that's a good thing and a bad thing. It's a good thing because in most cases, like you don't give a fuck, but it's a bad thing because you can create what's called a memory leak, where a certain like variable is not freed from memory and it just grows and grows and grows. Okay, we won't talk about that right now, but because it's like close within a function, as soon as the function is done, like running, all the variables that are private to that scope are purged. So that's why in this case it works, where the memory usage doesn't blow up, because every time you're making an update, you take the old one, you copy it, you return the new one, but the old one is purged. So it's okay. Yeah.
So how could you, I thought the whole entire point of it was to keep track of stuff. So if it's purged, how the hell can you?
No, the new one is returned. The old one is purged, is what I'm saying, because you make a copy of it.
The old copy is purged. The original one is still.
This is returned, but the old one is now basically killed because of function stuff.
Is that similar to component will on Mac?
No, not at all.
So the question was, you can reuse the first version of it.
So the idea is the first one, like you have the first version, and you make changes, right?
Yeah.
So at every step, it updates itself. So the thing is, like, you don't give a shit about the first version because you know the version you have currently is a result of a bunch of changes that were applied to it, right? And then if you want to save that, then you can do it. You can put it into DB, or like Redux will put it into local storage for you. But otherwise, you can't access it unless you undo every action that you did. You can, I guess, write undo actions, and you can undo stuff. Like that's it. And this is different from constructors, because constructors are a way for you to think about like top level things like, oh, this is a component, this is a list item. But these are just pieces of data that you want to transform. So like you see, again, there's that stark like difference. Data is just properties. It's just arrays and lists and stuff, whereas constructors are typically like functions that define how something behaves. So those you're gonna need those at some point anyway. And so for that reason, if you put it in a prototype, you're still saving memory because you're not recreating it. But the data is just gonna be, it's a state. And if you instead of mutating, if you just update it over and over again, you always have one state that says, here is what it looks like right now. So we got our actions, which are, again, the main point to take away from here are just two things. The store or the app data is just a regular object with properties. The actions are basically strings that point to functions that will transform that object. That's it so far, okay? Now, with that being said, let's now move on to the dispatcher. So what does that do?
That's what.
What'd you say?
It's the waiting area.
It's the waiting area.
It connects like the views with the actions.
It's right, effectively, right? All it does is, again, the views have no idea about the world above it, right? And that's what componentization means, right? Like if you have a box, it's a black box. It doesn't know there's an entire universe, outside of it. It just takes an input, it does some shit, gives you an output. That's it. So prior to this structure, every single UI component we built was necessarily not a black box, right? It had to know about a DOM, a div, and all this other bullshit, right? But now we have a better view, and we're still not there yet. React is what really makes it a complete black box, right? Because what React does is I'll go into it later. So the idea is that if it is a black box, it doesn't know shit, but we still have to do things, right? And so the idea is that we pass in a dispatcher. So this function will be passed to every single component that you have. And every time the user interacts with a component, instead of trying to actually do instead of trying to do something, it will just call the dispatcher with the name of the action. And out here is when the action decides what to do, right? So instead of writing the logic within the component itself, we pull that logic out to the parent, which makes the component reusable, right? Because if you think about it, if we go back to our input case, right? In this case, our input is to create a new to-do list, but in the future, in a different version of it, it might be to actually do a post request to save it. In a different version, it might be like, oh, this is actually LOL, and input for a username. You see what I mean? And so, I mean, you'd have to extend it, but the idea remains. So the point is that if you just have that input say, hey, I'm going to dispatch an action that says, I have word in my input field. Now the file that calls that view can decide what to do with that action. Fair? Does that make like you guys see why that makes it reusable, quote unquote?
They don't know about each other.
Because the view has no application logic, right? Like that to-do input does not determine what to do with the information that was passed into it. It just says, hey, the thing that called me, information was passed to me.
Those are more like smart and dumb components, right? You have components that have nothing to do.
I mean, yes, but that's a reactable. I'm still not there yet. But like these are all dumb components, if you will. I see. I mean, yes, what you're saying is true, but we're not there yet.
Randy says hello.
What's up? Oh,
He's
Cool.
actually listening.
what's up, man? God, it's me, Margaret. Judy Blue, anyone? Yeah. I never read the book though. Anyway, so the idea is that so we could build our to-do list in two ways. When you type some shit into the input field, you hit the enter key. We can say, all right, let me go and add a new item to the to-do list. I can do that inside the to-do input. If I did that, now the to-do input is tightly bound to my to-do list application, right? Because the logic that determines that we have to add the new item is inside the to-do input. You guys see that? And the problem there is if I ever wanted to use that to-do input for anything else, I would have to go into the code and update it. Hence tightly bound. And the to-do input knows that there's a property called to-dos, which is an array, and it has a list item and all this other stuff. You guys see that? I mean, you okay? You want a break? Okay. So, I mean, are you having trouble like visualizing? Is that it? Okay, all right.
You can explain. I have a question on
Yeah.
something.
What's up?
You go down.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Return action name box function. Cool. Got that. That's an action name.
Oh, I'm not even talking about this part yet. I'm trying to make the case as to why we need this. So we'll talk about that in 2 seconds, right?
Why we need dispatch?
Yeah, why we need a dispatcher, right? Instead of just accepting it, I'm trying to rationalize for you why it's a useful thing to have, because this is additional abstraction, right? So every time you have additional abstraction, you should justify why you need it, right? So the idea is that if we use a dispatcher, and I could probably show it because I think this fucker works.
Wait,
Yes.
where does the action name come from in that function?
That's exactly what I was.
We're not there yet, right? I'm not talking about I'm saying the dispatcher is this thing, right? It goes from action to the store. Don't worry about this yet. Don't worry about it. I'm just saying it's a black box. We need the black box. Why? And then we can talk about specifics of what the action name means and stuff like that. So the idea is, why do we need it, right? And the point here is, in this case, we're actually using the dispatcher, and what we're doing is, all it says is that when the value has been updated, right? So check this out. When the user hits key down on the input field, we run a function called update value. And that update value says, hey, if it's enter, then I have to say something to the outside world. I have to send out a message, right? And other people might pick up the message if it's useful to them or not, right? So like, for example, if you're an air traffic controller, you can be like, hey, runway 4 is open. And most airplanes that are not close by are like, okay, we don't give a fuck. We have like 2 hours left. But there might be one plane that's about to land. Like, oh, great, I'm gonna set a course for like runway 4. You see that? And now the air traffic controller doesn't have to keep track of all the fucking planes that are coming through, because that's insane. It just tells it, and the plane is responsible for doing whatever it wants. The same idea here, where we're dispatching create to do, and we're saying, hey, and in fact, I wouldn't even call it create to do. I would say, input filled or some shit, right? I mean, it depends. But the idea is that, like, so in here, it's saying, let me just dispatch this, and if the action does not match what was dispatched, it won't do anything. And if it does, then it runs the function, and then something occurs, right? And so what that means is that input to do input can be used in any other application that needs an input field with an entry key to like take the with an entry key that indicates, hey, I want
So
an action.
You need a dispatcher pretty much because there's a bunch of components that
Will interact with the store itself,
with the
right?
store itself.
Yeah, so instead of passing the store into each component, you keep the store out, so it's easy for you to see what's going on, and the components just send out a message saying some sort of shit happened, and that store says, oh, if this thing happened, I have to change myself in this way. If that thing happened, I have to change myself in the other way. But all the logic now lives in the index, which is a layer above the components, right? It's like the controller layer. You see that?
That makes sense. So dispatcher is like kind of like the handler. Like
Yeah.
Of all the requests that is
Exactly.
by the VM.
It's like the manager.
Yeah.
Right? It says, oh, like Kirsty completed her 2 commits. So now that means I gotta like deploy, or I gotta tell QA to test them. Right? Or like a taxi cab. I mean, there's lots of dispatchers, but you get the idea. Right? Does that make sense? And again, if we did it the other way, we could still do it and it'd be valid depending on the case. It now you can't ever reuse that to do input without changing a lot of it. Right? Because it would have to necessarily depend on this guy, which is our constructor for it. It would have to know that the app data is an object that contains a property called to-dos, which happens to be a list, so it has to push it. Whereas now, if I ever want to change this from an array to an object, great. All I got to do is update this one function and I'm done. Right? I don't got to touch shit. Yep. Okay. So,
I have a question.
Sure.
So I mean, I know that. Can you go back to where you have the dispatcher?
oh, in the component itself, this guy, right?
Yeah. So in the create to do, you don't have to like you said you put it as an input.
Yeah, I can put any word I want. Yeah, I put the create to do in here just because I wanted to like make that connection. The only thing is that if I'm, yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
No, right, but like wait, go back to where it says const dispatcher or whatever.
Yeah, in here,
Yeah.
the actions piece. Talking about this guy, right?
No, down below.
This guy.
So you can make that, like, say, as general as possible, so you can
Reuse it. Yeah, like that. This one, like dispatcher, like we don't really have to rewrite it ever again. We can just, in fact, what one thing that you guys are gonna do after we go through this and everyone is like comfortable with it is I have a task where I want you to refactor this so they all live in their own files, and the dispatcher.js you can theoretically just use over and over again in future projects that use like plugs. And the same thing for, so I think that's probably it, because the actions you still have to write and all that stuff, right? But this is definitely like, which is why people have questions, because it's like, what the fuck, this is kind of crazy. But hey, it's crazy because it's actually ultra like reusable, right? But we'll get there in 2 seconds. I don't want to talk about it just yet. I still want to, the last point I want to make about this is that view, layout, 2 columns. All right, so if you look here, so there's actually 2 things that I would probably update here. The first one is, you see how I have this dot like dispatcher? What I would do here is I would say or. So if dispatcher is not defined for whatever reason, it's just an empty like function. So now this code won't break. It'll still do the enter, but now I can use it like as just a stupid old, maybe it uses component, but now it wouldn't throw an error. And the other change I would make is that, instead of calling it create like to do, I can be like, oh, input entered, right? And then in here, right now it wouldn't match, but if I put input like entered, now this is a very generic name. If a dispatcher is passed into this component when we create it, it will actually dispatch it. And if it is not passed in, then this will just not do anything, and we're done. You see that? And so now this is like truly like fucking reusable, right? And now any application that wants to pull this in can just be like, oh, import like to do input, pass, and if it passes in the dispatcher, we could use it for a to-do list, or if we want, we could use it for a sign-in sheet, or if we want, we can use it for something else. We might have to extend it to change the way the classes look, because it looks a certain way. But that's it. Or if you want, you can make it very, very, very like generic and just be an input field. And then later on, you can pass in classes and stuff like that. We're not going into that because like React gives us a very good way to pass in all that extra shit. Whereas here, we would have to extend the class, do all that stuff, right? But again, it's the same comparison, right? What you're doing in React is just a bunch of magic for doing a class extends and all that stuff that we would have to hand code here. Okay.
Props, right?
Yeah, the props is basically us doing a. But we'll get to that in a second. Okay, so we're gonna move on. All right, so that's why the dispatcher is useful, my friends. Now let's go and talk about what it looks like. Okay, so the dispatcher is what? A function which takes two arguments, right? The first one is called store. What does that represent? App data in this case, right? But in future instances, it would be the default store for like whatever data-driven application we're trying to build. And render is actually a function that we can call every time the store is updated. So the idea is with the dispatcher, the input calls the dispatcher, it runs an action. The action will always return to us what? A new store, right? That's updated. And what we do is we pass that store into the render function to redraw our entire view. And that's it. You see what I mean?
The new
And then
store.
it takes the new store.
Exactly. Right? So the trick here is that we're passing in a function to another function, and this function is returning another function. It should
So
be
that's why
correct.
store equals action.
You should name that new store. On 49.
We can't. Oh, you're saying this guy? Okay, fine. Wait. Well, no, because I want to. Okay, well, hold on. Wait, what were you saying?
Actions. And then,
This guy?
yeah.
Oh, actually, yeah, you're right. We should probably pass that in. It's this.
Oh.
You see what I'm saying? So we're saying action is an object, and action name is gonna be like whatever we pass in here. Input entered, like whatever. If it matches,
But that's what you're. Oh, that's the argument that you're returning the new function.
yep, exactly. So if you look here, dispatcher app data app render is saying, hey, I'm going to create a new dispatch function. The store is going to be app data. So that's the thing that's going to continue to change. And the render is going to be like, oh, every time the store changes, how do I redraw everything? Okay. And then what this guy is going to equal to this function call, where if I pass in create to do, it'll do something, input enter, it'll do something, and so forth. Okay. And the props here is going to be the extra information that we want to pass in there. And maybe that was poorly named, like maybe it should be called extra or something, but it's always going to be like this, like, hey, what am I trying to update?
So you can pass in any of those actions in the action name.
So you can, yeah, so everyone that you define here automatically is available for you to use, right?
Why is actioning in those brackets?
So here, I will show you in this way. Const A equals to var, oopsies, Baz. How would I select Baz from A? A.Baz.
Or
Boom, right? But if I did A Baz, then what would it do? Same exact thing, right? Right. But why is this useful? What if I did const dynamic key equals to Baz, right? If I did A dot dynamic key, what would it give me? Undefined. But if I did A square bracket dynamic key, then what would it do? It'll say, oh, dynamic key equals Baz, right? Oh, LOL too. You see that?
wait, why does it do that?
Wait. Okay, this I expected this to be out to be something you guys should know. So, but bar and Baz are two properties, right? Properties of objects. So, with an array is indexed by what? A number 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, right?
Yeah.
objects are indexed by keys, which are strings, right? Strings. So the idea is this. A.baz is just a shorthand, right? Which will directly say find Baz. But sometimes you want to get a key like dynamically, right? As in you might have an object where you know you have certain keys, but you don't know what they are. Okay? So in those situations, because you can access it through the square brackets, this is a string, right? But this is a variable that represents a string. So here it will evaluate. It will say, oh, is dynamic key a variable? If it's not, it's going to throw an error. If it is defined, it's going to say, oh, let me swap this to be this. Go back. So this is a trick that you should know as a way to access dynamic keys in an object, right? And the idea is there might be situations where you might need it, right? It does like depend on like the architecture of the object and things like that. But if you wanted to create, like, let's say, a dynamic form, like for example, where the user can put in like the name of the form and the value, like, oh, I want to have if you want to build a form builder like in like WordPress and stuff, where you're like, okay, I want the name, the address, the credit card number. How do you know the fields that the user put in? You stick it into like an object, and now you can access it.
You did this when we were doing the API map.
Yeah, at some point, yeah. But it's fine. But yeah, so just like this is one of those tricks that you definitely want to know. But you will see it for sure. I promise you. So far okay? Now I actually fucked up here slightly because you see how I'm passing in store and render. I should probably also be passing in the actions because right now it says, oh, is actions defined in the scope? Am I defining action anywhere here? No. Is it defined in this scope? Am I defining action anywhere here? So it goes up to the global and it happens to find the action. Find the action? No. Okay. But we can just do this, and here we can just pass an action. Right, and we're done. Good call. Actions makes sense. Good shit, man. If I name things crazily, let me know because apparently I name things crazily. So just FYI. Trying to improve on that. But okay, cool. So the dispatcher is just like a connector, right? And again, here's an example of some like magic. It's not really magic. It's just some hardcore shit, right? But that's what like magic always is anyway. But the idea is so like React will have a bunch of this stuff, but like on a whole other level, like what React will do is instead of drawing out like divs, it will allow us to write things that look like HTML, but that are actually functions that return divs. So that's an example of magic. And we'll talk more about that. It's called JSX and stuff. But in general, like, you know, all it is just some hardcore abstract thing that we could probably understand and write on our own, but it would take us a couple of minutes to a couple of hours, and React already has it done, right? And so here's an example of that. Like, I know for a fact that like Redux has some shit like this, right? Bob? Like, you know Redux. And like Redux has its own dispatcher and it's got its own like map to props or some bullshit. Yeah. And the thing is, like, I saw that and I'm like, all right, I don't know what this is, and I'm not gonna go and try to find it, but I am very sure it's a function that returns a function that takes some args and does some crazy shit to allow you to easily just pass in a dispatcher function or props or whatever. So just keep that in mind. It can get very crazy. Like you can have a function that returns a function that returns another function that like cuts out the args and does some shit to it and then returns something else. You know what I mean? Like you can go crazy, but in general, I don't really expect you to know how to write this kind of stuff, but I do expect you to be able to understand what it's doing. Because if you can read it, I think that's good enough for most use cases, right? Because there's no reason for you to like. The only reason I wrote this guy is like I've been using like Dispatch for a while, but I was like, oh, you know, I need to explain this, so I should probably go like, oh, how does it work? And then I fucking wrote one. But I never had the need to write a dispatcher before that, right? So same idea here, right? So what we're doing is in this case, right? So we pass in the store the actions, and the idea is return the function that we, with our specific store, our specific actions, our specific app render, which we can pass to all of our components. And what that does is when I call this.dispatch in my to-do input, wait for it, like when I call this guy, this is going to be the, hold on, sorry. It's going to be the action name. This object is going to be the props. And because this is stored over here and this is stored over here, we can update the store and draw it again and we're good. Fair? And it goes on and on and on and on and on. Now we have no reason to expose the store. So like once you start updating the store, it's always internal, but that's fine. And so then the question is, okay, well, what is the render, right? Well, it's a function that we wrote where in this case, all I do is I just refresh the props, right? So what I'm doing is I'm passing in the current to-do value only. And what that'll do for me is it will just clear the shit. So the refresh props is a function I wrote. And what it does is it updates the value and it re-renders. So it might seem crazy because like when we were doing the weather forecast, this was just like in here, right? Remember we did like, if you click it, we do the update. If we were to go back and redo it with Flux, we would have to define like a buttload of additional code that would kick it out, update, and bring it back in, which might seem kind of stupid. But if you have a bunch of components that are all bound by the same like object of data, now this is very useful because if you make a change to one of the other components, you can actually trigger an update in here. Right, like for example, the one thing I'm thinking about doing in where is it? Where you at, Lua? Here. In this guy is so I've got a way to commit code if it loads like that. So if I start to make a change here, I want this to go away, and because this is bound through Flux, both this view and this view and this view all live under one big like object store. It's actually not that big even. Here, I can show you what it looks like. Just to kind of put it back to reality just a bit. Maybe it'll be, I hope so. You see this? Bless you. So here's my store, right? And the idea is that because this store is bound to everything, if I make a change to one of those views, I can dispatch an event which will say, hey, close the other guy, and it'll probably like update files or repos or like one of these fuckers. And it will make that automatically go away. So now I can have inter-component communication without the components ever knowing that the other exists. You see that? And that's also a big deal because otherwise you have one component talking to another one, which might talk to something else, and it becomes very hard to read how your code is actually structured or what's going on. But now everything goes up to the top and then comes back down, always, right? So it's always just a one-way flow. All right, so that's all I had to say about this. Yeah.
That's new. That's very new. You never run out of words to say.
What I want to do next is so I had this branch. I created another branch like for you guys, which is specifically I actually went ahead and I built out the way to do the to-do lists. So here, let me go ahead and check that one out, actually. Where are you at? Oh, here it is. Word. Git status. Did I make any changes? Git diff index. So you guys want me to commit these changes?
Yeah.
All right. Git status. You. Plus you. Git status. Git checkout dash B. Lecture 51. Flux P2 updates. Git status. Git add. Git commit dash M. Added. Yeah. All right. I was gonna give you guys a break after I show you one thing, and then yeah, like no more thinking. It's just like here's a demo, and then go get coffee. I kind of want one too, and then git status, git push dash u origin. What did you say? Oh. Ha 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 ha. LOL, but you know what? You can't be allergic to a way of life. Maybe you could actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably. You probably can. If you're allergic to dogs and you have a dog, you're allergic to wavelength, right? But all right. So here we go. Where am I? Where am I? Okay. Gulp, run, watch. Oh, sorry. Wow. NPM. Can't teach a old dog, huh? That's what I use other in other places. But anyway. Where you at, man? There you at. Okay, ready? Check this out. And this is why GitHub is awesome. So what I did, I just switched branches to have a completely new thing. Wake up. Right, so here we have a working to-do list. However, it's on you guys to, so when you come back from the break, I want you guys to first refactor it, so pull the actions out, the dispatcher out and stuff like into their own files. And then just to get yourself like comfortable with how it works. And then I want you guys to implement a close. So each one of these should have an X that if you click will remove it. So and that'll be Flux, right? You got to click, it's got to go out, do some shit, redraw, all that good stuff, right? So that's going to be your task when you come back. If you look, sorry, one more thing to say. If you look at the practice, I have a way to, I tell you exactly how the branch is called Electric 51 Starter Pack. So, and then I have all the stuff that I want you to do. So we'll take a break. Why don't you come back at 12:10? 15 minutes.
15 minutes.
15 minutes can save you 50% or more on car insurance. All right, I'm getting a coffee. Anyone else coming?
Yes, sir.
Todd, can I talk to you about the final project?
Slack me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I wanted to be Slack because that's why I can store it and stuff, right?
Okay.
But if you want to like talk, we can do that after class too.
Okay. Oh, right after description.
Uh-oh, why? Oh, I think they have a charger.
Yeah, they're right next to
Did
me.
you, oh, because remember I left mine in my car? I'd love to have it.
Yeah, keep that
No, they
cabinet over here.
ask,
Faisal.
by the way, where's Faisal?
In his own class. Too good for us.
Oh, no. I'm sick. What's going on? Okay.
No, it's not. There's Faisal. I think they keep the Faisal. Yeah.
Dramatic as hell. Take me now.
It doesn't help that it's like
I think because it just rains, because I was fine the past few days.
Wait. Did you see this fight already?
it was like wasn't it like 80 just like a
Did
week and a half
you-
ago?
Yeah, I think it's gonna be 90 on Thursday.
Don't tell me what happened.
And it's beautiful today. It's
Yeah.
like it's insane.
It's a little chilly, but
It's crazy. I can't keep
He's a New Jersey guy, right?
Well,
Yeah, Frank
I know
Daniel,
that's
right
not
out of
a
what's the
it's all like
Jersey Shore.
it's all this. I'm like,
so we
yeah.
move into the Caribbean. Yes.
Huh?
So we move into the islands.
That's what I'm about to do.
It'd be nicer than it rains at 5 o'clock and that's it.
I'm thinking about it.
Actually, I lived in Costa Rica for a bit.
How was it? Because I'm thinking about
Oh, it's
there.
beautiful. But it rained during the rainy season.
When is the rainy season?
It's like
Summertime?
yeah, like what we would consider summertime here. Yeah, it's
Hurricane
just dry and rainy.
Bombo
It's
Clat!
Where? Sorry.
Costa Rica.
Because
Oh,
it's
nice.
out there or Colombia?
I haven't been to Colombia, but
Columbia's great.
Go to Colombia?
um,
That's what I'm saying.
Cartagena's okay. It's just like, it's super small.
Okay.
well, in Costa Rica during the rainy season, it just
Oh, you
rains
wanna
every
say?
day at 5
No.
and for like 10 minutes. That's it.
Alright.
It's like
Sounds like Orlando.
everyone
Yeah,
knows.
Orlando is
Everyone
annoying.
just hides inside.
Orlando is annoying. Well, Florida
It
is
is
annoying.
Florida is
Because
annoying.
It rains and it just gets hotter. I mean, it's just
Yeah,
dumb.
it's dumb. It's dumb.
Yeah.
Here it rains because cooler. It's like, help.
Yeah.
But it's
I hate hot rain. It's like my least favorite.
Everything's like perfect. It's like it's supposed to like indoor is also outdoor, where like
What is this?
in Imagine.
Oh.
Because it's like it's in a valley, but it's kind of high up, and you're also like outdoor, so like, it stays real warm. And but it like it's every day. It's like between
I'm
like
seriously thinking about coming to
60 to like 85,
for like a year.
and I don't know. It's cheap. It's it's really pretty, and I think there's more. There's probably more to do there. I've not been to Bogota, but I had a friend who lived there for a while. But
How's the nightlife?
Medellin is pretty cool.
Alright. That's what my concerns. I need to know that I could go get a drink.
We were out mad.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna dance.
You know, bars close and then go to like after hours club.
Okay. How about Costa Rica? I feel like Costa Rica is not like a party spot. It's like a you go in for adventures. It's a
I lived there
zip
for like,
line.
I was living there for like 2 months. Like I was living there. I wasn't just.
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm gonna live there for a year.
So we were.
I was there for a bit. I traveled around. Yeah, you can find spots that do have a good nightlife, but it's much more nature than other places.
It's like the place where you go to zip line.
Yeah, like so you.
I hate that.
Like,
That's what I
No,
want
it's
to do.
cool, but it's like
well, like I went to this party that it was a pool party at but the pool, they were hot springs heated by the volcano. So people are there, and the water isn't that deep because it has seats in it. So you're at the bar on a stool
For
in
your
the hot
laptop?
springs.
oh,
And then, like,
Yeah.
you see the volcano light up.
Mine
Medellin is not.
I would say mine.
So like, yeah, so
What?
I'm guessing Medellin would be more like, oh, let's go
Yeah.
hang out, drink beer. This is more.
You know how
hang
long
out,
it took
like-
her to get here?
exactly. I have training.
It's Sunday. Thanks for coming.
He was on time.
Blacks and beaches, sweet.
Yeah. That's only because it's already.
One
Which
side
is
is
not
black and
early.
either pure white sand or
I didn't
pure
leave mine.
sand. It's kind of cool. It's three completely different.
Or no, it's
I really don't know.
Man down.
Actually, I'm thinking.
Hell.
Like,
As
It is though. My girl's ass itchy.
so I'm just like, screw it. I got into it.
I need to buy one massage.
my mom.
That's what people do. But nothing more choice. It's always like
Spending
just
time
about
with her sister.
So you're not gonna mix it. It's just like this. I mean, it's just a mess.
Yeah. But Chris's really sick. It's not good actually.
It's just, that was not so.
Then I know. Oh,
It's very, very.
Oh, let me call my grandmother that I don't like. I don't like her.
the one I don't like is you wouldn't know if I called her or not. So I feel bad not calling her. I also don't know how to reach her.
Oh, I'll text her. She texted me on my birthday.
It's a interesting idea. I'm not really following the right thing.
Yeah, all my ideas are shit. Yeah, I'm gonna just do like a Tumblr or something.
Today he just wants us to decide on what we want to send it to. Yeah, just like.
These are not something stupid. That was his only request.
He said if you do that, he's gonna like pretty much
Take something
yeah,
for you.
Yeah. He'll probably take what you said and then like add to it.
Yeah.
He'll be like, yeah, I want to create this.
And then do this and this and this.
Yeah. Let me go to the back.
Something cool. So I gave Todd some ideas and I really like them. And he also did that top thing where he doesn't react. And you know what it says.
Just stares at you blankly.
Because you know he's energetic if you like something. He'll let you know, oh, I'm getting into it. But if you give him some ideas and he goes, that's like, oh shit.
It's his ass.
Bro, thank you.
You watching
Just
porn
in
over
the
there?
ass, man.
Yeah. Watching that porn, huh?
Dude, you are one clean man, bro.
It's like not cold enough to wear an actual jacket.
Yeah. Oh, this is a good fight. I'm glad I enrolled it on fucking YouTube and dude, like when fights like this happen and I miss it, cause usually like me and my friends go to like a sports bar, but we out partying, so I didn't have access to it. If I even go on YouTube on that Google search page, all my updates wasn't because I watched so many fights, like the updates just shoot there, or like anywhere I go, it's right there. So I was on Instagram, YouTube, not on the way on the train overhead. I couldn't really be on nothing. I was just irritated. Right.
How long ago did we let out the break?
Oh, it's not good.
So you don't know what you're doing here?
Give him some ideas.
Did you guys think of Final Project?
That's what we're talking about. That I gave him some ideas, but I don't really like them.
Honestly, that was my biggest problem for my final idea. It wasn't like it was hard to build. I was done with my final project in like 2 days. But it's like the idea was just so fucking sucky that it wasn't even fucking worth it. I could give y'all a page where all of the GA students that graduated all of their projects, you could get like inspiration from those pages or
Okay.
Hey.
Guys.
So, Bob, will you put your photography on Instagram?
yeah. Caleb, Kaleb views, like regular views. What's funny is I'm done building my website, I just haven't put it out. Dude, I've been like so lazy the past couple of weeks. Like, I don't know, man. I need like a spark.
You need
or
some structure. That's what I need.
no, I need a spark.
I'm like too.
I go through these phases where like I'm really on it. I'm building, and I hit it, and I just don't want to do nothing else. I just get that fucking swamp. That's where I'm at right now.
I started just to have something to have my mind on aside from coding.
Yeah.
I started doing this thing where I'm gonna post a picture a day on Instagram.
Dude,
I used to do
that's
that.
dope.
100 happy
I
days.
can't do that, man. It like even though like I have like a ton of pictures, the way I've structured my page is by these 3x3s and like I have to like mindful of the content I put out because I'm using it as business. It's just annoying, which limits me.
Yeah, I have a separate business one because I'm like not.
I can't have a separate business because I'm not in the mood to start over. Fuck that.
Yeah, I started my like that was from the beginning for me. So like.
Actually, y'all about to
I
laugh
had a
hard as
personal
hell.
one.
I created a booty twerking page like about a year ago where I put up like booty twerking and that shit got like 3,000 plus followers in like about 2 weeks flat. And then I was gonna like delete all that shit and convert it to my business page. But then I started, I know. But then I started thinking about like, wait, who is my audience right here? If I start posting like good pictures, It's the people that want to see twerking. The whole idea just went away.
That's a bad idea.
Then just post twerking videos.
No,
just like sprinkle some photos in there. Just.
But what's funny is like I got 3,000 in like
Solved
2
it,
weeks flat. It was so crazy.
Was the word booty in your username?
Yeah, it was no.
Was the word twerk in your username?
Yeah, twerk daddy. Twerk daddy.
Twerk daddy.
That's like I'm pretty sure they were like some gay man twerking.
Nah,
Twerk daddy, come on.
It's,
twerk daddy. Yeah,
it
listen.
sounds like
That sounds like a gay porn name.
If you go on there, there's nothing gay about it, man. That shit is all
I'm
ass.
sure, but
Yeah.
twerk daddy.
you don't want to
What is
know.
that?
You don't
Gay
want to know.
porn name, right?
Okay.
It's
Yo,
Papa's gay
look
porn
at it,
name.
3,400.
It's
And I'm
just-
following like 44 people. I got
You
that.
following all the other twerking pages?
Yes, because I got to post content from somewhere.
That's how you gotta do it.
How should you gonna do it?
Is that gonna be your final project?
Well, he did it already.
Yo,
Yeah,
Pornhub had what's the Pornhub has an API.
You still do it. I feel like Tech would say no to that, like super hard though.
If that's what you want to build, they can't tell you no. Pornhub has API and you build the Pornhub.
No, someone used their API to
Build it on your Windows
counter a bunch
computer
of
ads.
like religious stuff about no to this, and then like you see whatever place is most against gay rights watches the most gay porn.
Oh yeah, for sure.
A lot of undercovers.
Yeah.
Dude,
You know
yeah,
Donald
man.
Trump's up in the White House, like show me what you got.
No, I'm gonna start telling you certain things.
Twerk
Next
daddy
time,
got
no,
love.
we'll never forget it.
Booty rights for all.
That's a funny name.
Yeah, so I'm doing this thing that he was gonna tell us to do. But I feel like I'm still making them import to each other instead of like this like central place.
Well, so
Yeah.
When we import to each other.
You see how is that how they should all come towards the dispatcher?
Yeah.
I feel like
Basically, I feel like the part that he has like explains like the higher level components, and like the components that just doing small things and small things. That's different between like the smart components and these over it. Basically, that'll like take care of like all of your ways to get imported. Because
Very
the smaller
short.
ones,
I remember putting it specifically in a place easy to pull out.
No, it's small.
You know what? Come with me.
Oh, yes.
Sure? No.
The one that does-
Let's go try them all. Come on.
Dollars. Okay.
So, yeah, those like the smart components.
the cutest thing in the world.
Maybe data.
No, my mom's text.
Oh, yeah,
Girl's mom.
they're exporting themselves. Kind of like export the form. That form gets exported
I know.
to the bigger, smarter data.
So, I can see him, like, honestly now, when I said, let's go,
Like
he's
the
like,
way he's teaching it.
oh, there's a great place to grab a slice of pizza right now.
I saw that. Yeah. Oh my god.
Yes.
I'm so excited
A
to
lot
get
of these
into it.
things are there.
I know, and I wanted to have my son, so
You
he
saw
won't
it,
go.
and then I needed this to understand
And,
why.
like,
It was
he's
You don't
now
believe
giving me that, I'm not going
watching
back.
video.
Maybe I'll split
Well,
something
it's-
with you.
Oh, you should.
No,
It's
I'm sorry.
beautiful. They-
It's just the way that they write it. That's it.
Yes.
It's, yeah, the way that they implement things.
No, it was my friend. I offered her. I'm just so got
Finish what? The fight? No, I keep parking.
Did you see, don't you drive? And
Where you doing? You going out with us?
saw me, I said I'm going to walk.
Yeah.
My friend saw me, and she's like, telling her, oh my God, she just
Really
gave him her
nice.
credit
I
card.
did a whole baby shower thing to try to get out of this.
And then John just sits there and that's my girlfriend. Like, her credit.
Yeah, no, right?
And I was like,
You really want to
I
watch
gotta
that game.
stay, like, brainstorm, go
Wait, I actually
That's
am
something
doing that
just-
to get out of cleaning out my grade answers.
Yeah,
Oh, I
it's
have
like
to
so
stay a
weird.
while. Maybe it'll be done
You
by
know, it's,
then.
my mom left
Even
the
to
Texas,
my
it was just like,
But I've heard that it's
Take me.
It's called the answers.
What?
Yeah,
I was there what? Friday. Aren't they cool?
Yo, I honestly thought
No,
I
I'm
did
telling you,
something
it's like,
like
it's a nice
Bob
thing.
was talking
I honestly thought it was.
It's really nice.
The game six.
It's like
John Wall, baby.
Oh, yo, son. I thought that shit was not going in because the angle the camera was in, that shit looked like it was going out. When that shit went, I was like, holy shit.
Your man was super playing over like that. Like, he was like,
I know, right? Dude, I'd rather take the 2 than the 3. Like, he was backing up. Oh, if he broke past you, fine. You have a tie game. But he played off him like,
No, that was good because you know what? He used I forgot who it was, but whoever was trying to block the inbound pass, he used him as a pick.
As a pick,
Yo,
yeah.
I was just like,
Yep.
motherfucking John Wall, man.
He was amazing pick. Got that one-on-one.
Oh, yeah.
Backing up.
I mean, at night.
that look, yeah, it's
What is
a whole
it?
shot.
Yo,
Isaiah Thomas almost fucking this.
That's what I said. I thought he was gonna hit that.
bro.
To be honest, I thought he was gonna hit
I was like, I
Damn, I'm called backboard.
Is this the same
I
place?
did not mean to hit glass.
Yeah, that's his shot.
Bullshit.
That's his shot.
Nah. Channel this freaking Hinderton Duncan.
Oh, yeah. That's cool. Oh my God.
I don't mind who wins.
I don't mind
You know what I
either.
mean?
I don't mind, but I'd rather see John Wall. 'Cause I'm just.
No,
No. I'm on who
Oh my
wins.
God, that hotel is.
I wanna see-
I'm like, what?
I want to see the Celtics. Though.
No.
Because I don't want to see John Wall get
You don't
destroyed
like
by
to pay-
the
They're
I'd
not getting
rather
destroyed,
both.
right? Yo,
Oh, yeah,
they
that's
even
a
have
lot.
runs already.
This is
Oh,
what
yeah.
yeah.
The
Oh,
Cavs have
yeah.
been for 9 years.
No, but I'd like to see that matchup
They've been doing
in
yoga.
It's
playoffs.
just, I don't know.
Kyrie and John Wall going at it. I want to.
I do think Boston
A
wins. though.
tired John Wall versus the rest of Kyrie Irving.
Ain't no tie. Stop. He's gonna have bumps and bruises, but it's
They
still a
been
game.
resting for 9
You ever play ball? I play one game after the next. It is what it is. I'm calling out bust ass all the same.
Who knows how to crack a
Yeah, this is like 80-something games compared to like two. So
That's true.
I have to ask, does anyone know how to crack
What
a
I saw would be called as a reducer.
Yeah, you did.
I went down to 3.
I didn't.
Yeah, but that's
remember
fine.
mouse like that. It's probably good to like look at my son. These turn action. You'll probably have more thoughts over these.
Take the whole thing. What if the safe is like half the size of this room?
Excuse me.
Safe anymore. It's a bulk.
Well, you don't have to have the code for that safe, do you?
No, why?
Because they have the people.
Oh, you know who does though? Faisal.
I already asked him.
He said no?
It's the same.
He doesn't know either. Okay, they definitely won't tell me.
Oh, because they would tell you guys.
What, your charger?
Yeah, I do.
You went to Sophie's again?
Yeah, I did. Had I known, I would have already known. Okay, well, they're here. No, it's charger.
Oh, which game are you watching? GSW?
Nah, he's watching. That's at 3:30.
Ah. Oh,
I'm
right, it's at 3:30.
I'm watching React tutorials. Components are just throwing punches out of the components.
I can't. I gotta go to the Mother's Day thing.
You can't watch the Spurs get their ass beat. You
Can't watch the what now?
Spurs.
Yeah,
Get their ass beat.
they probably will.
I said that series going to 7. He says if it gets swept.
Wow.
They getting swept on 5.
I don't think they're gonna. I don't think they're gonna sweep. I don't think so.
They are getting swept.
It's gonna go 7.
I don't think it'll go to 7, bro.
About to owe me 2 beers.
It's not gonna. I don't think it's gonna go to 7 because you know what? Like they're
Bro,
down.
he let me out. He let me out.
I let him live.
You're telling me that he let my just Leonard.
Kawhi Leonard, don't sleep on Danny.
I'm
All right,
sleep
and
on Danny
fucking
Green.
DeMarcus, whatever the fuck he is.
I am sleep for him.
Yeah, compared to KD,
Greg
Steph Curry.
Exactly.
Let him know I am
That too.
sleep all the way sleep on Danny Green.
Well, here's the thing though, they beat him before.
That's cool. They ain't sweet.
No, I don't think they're gonna
Swept
sweep
him
either.
2 years ago. What do you
I don't think they're
mean?
gonna sweep, but it's not gonna be a 7 game, bro.
And
Okay.
Greg Popovich was there 2 years ago when they got
gonna go
got
7.
swept. So
I guess we'll find out. It's gonna be exciting.
Dude, by this time next week, the series will be over.
It's recorded right now, all right? So
I'm so confident in that. By this time next week, the series is over, and they got another week rest.
Just like he was confident about his boy winning MVP, that he backed out on that bet.
I ain't back out. I was offered to back out, and I was like, "Thank you very much, good sir." Hell yeah, I took it. You crazy?
all right. So guys, so you want me to get started, right? Don't forget you got to npm install all that stuff. Get going. Let me know if you need. We'll be walking around. The first one should be easy. Like 2 should be just.
Don't say
Like-
things like that.
Like refactoring though, it should be
Randy
hard.
said there's something wrong with the live feed.
What?
Randy said there's something wrong with the live feed.
Oh shit! Thank you. What's wrong with it?
It's really not here.
Well, he's here in spirit.
Yo, can you see this?
Randy is trash, bro.
You're good. All right. So maybe it's maybe it's internet or something. Probably. All right, guys, go for it. Yeah, go forward, prosper. So yeah, I bet it was a blip on his internet. It's gotta be.
He said the internet's trash.
From the class then.
You can talk about him and he can say nothing back.
Get this way.
You good?
Yeah.
No, I'm talking to. I know you're good, Oz. I'm talking to you, Linda. You good? Oh, sorry. Oh, he was the one who was saying what the hell. Okay, sorry. Sorry for pointing at you. I'm okay with it. I don't mind when people point at me.
Depends on who it is.
I pissed off. I pissed off.
Oh, my mom finally calling me back. I said, "Hey,
bro.
Let's react to this. Mom called.
I just want that.
Todd, Todd, I got a question.
Boys watching
What the
right
hell?
When you ask him about redox, it's fine.
That's not the type of fuck I'm trying to see.
This outreach told us his.
Todd, I got a question.
Short daddy.
Yo, what up?
When I do this, what is this?
What is it? Alright, hold on.
This guy, right?
Oh, you know why? This folder already exists.
No,
So you know what you can do?
Yeah, branch name, you put in
Just
the,
type
put in
it.
lecture, underscore,
Lecture.
and then, yeah, basic, so he can type it. You couldn't write it how he was writing before, so it was gonna make you
Well, guys, if you already have a folder called like to-do list flux, it's gonna throw an error. So make sure you put a space and then a new name for the folder. Or you can do that too. That's fine. Good.
Or just.
Just type git clone dash branch, and then lecture underscore, right? Yeah, and then after space, then the URL.
They're just trying to be.
Extra fancy, right?
Yeah, that's right. I mean,
And I looked at the folder structure.
yeah. That's what they're doing here with that. Yeah,
I
right.
think you need to paramedic.
Who gives a mother?
Because like they just put in the.
Literally nobody's out here.
Yeah, with variable names, not the strength, so it's like a little bit more strict.
You know what a mother's gives to everybody.
I'm a mother.
Yeah, they're
I have a
That's
dog.
just like,
I have
so
two kids.
immutable is like.
You have the cutest dog.
Just
Right,
call
so-
me
I bet your dog is
Wait,
not the
that's-
cutest
oh,
dog.
I have two kids.
Let me see your dog.
Like, those are-
Why is he not listening to me?
What's your dog's name?
He's a rescue.
You look like somebody that nearly dog.
Yeah.
My friend, my friend
Sometimes like that, one thing, especially
What
when
the
it's like
where's
40
it going
miles.
when you're not
That's too complicated. That's faster, but so-
How do you see the
What's
Whoa.
the name? When you add it, what's the name of it? Lecture. That's the name of it?
Why would you do that?
What? This is.
Go back.
So I told her, like,
Crazy.
I was gonna get that.
So, yeah.
She didn't get the small one away instead of the two big ones.
I didn't have
Yeah,
it. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm a mother. Where's my kid? And I give
No
him,
mother.
I give him to my sister. Wow.
He called me a Annette.
I did not.
He did so. I said, I'm a mother. He said, you're a mother.
Well,
Shut
she's-
your
oh,
mouth.
Teresa.
Stop.
I don't want to know that.
No.
No,
Shout out to all the mothers out here.
I'm a mother.
Show me pictures of your kids.
Okay.
Yeah, oh, you what? I don't.
Right?
Really?
I was like, yeah. She came out. She's
Happy birthday. So this is me and my daughter.
okay, yeah, no.
And
But the thing is, like, yeah.
this is my daughter. My daughter. This is my daughter. And let me show you my little nephew. Oh, my dip, sorry.
So ultimately, it's not functional, like, it's not, right? So they might have some object or something. They might-
He don't like it.
What if on this day everybody's mother said, you're dumb? Yes.
You should separate out actions that include moving.
I don't know why.
I didn't.
Like, you're not a real mom. We're not having sorry. But not in your sorry.
Yeah, mama.
So I
Did you do in install?
Yeah, I
and
did
then
that.
do
Before. I
install?
did all that, yeah. I never worked in
My daughter yesterday went to a Mexican restaurant. She was telling me.
Wait, which mother was
I
the
want
strip
fish.
restaurant?
That's what I would tell my younger sister that she found in the garbage.
Right away.
She played a prank when I was adopted, which is extra funny.
Sounds awesome.
That I don't even. Okay.
Alright, thank you.
Okay.
Good. Very good. That explains so much.
We used to say that at the dinner table. We never had that.
My mom won't
Parents
let
would
me
not let-
forget how tough life was. Alright,
Yeah,
I
same.
used to really be.
yeah. It's alright though. I mean, I'm sure it was.
I do remember that. My family never did the Santa thing. They wanted you to know, like, mira, mijo, I spent $50, okay? There's no Santa.
I mean, it's just hard.
My parents told me
Yeah,
Santa.
Chimney's in the project, so I was like, okay, guys.
And then like at my dad's birthday, would have a guy dressed as Santa. I'm like, what the fuck is that? And like, that's a coworker. Like, who's on his lap? Like, all right, like a free gift. I'll give it.
Go sit on that stranger's lap.
My sister and I just pretended to believe until like high school. We just were
You
like,
guys celebrate Christmas?
oh, like, yeah, well, we're
My mom-
Catholic. Yeah.
Oh shit!
So we're like,
My
oh,
mom still gives me
thanks,
gifts that says from
Sarah.
Santa.
Yeah.
What?
yeah,
My mom
yes.
still gives me gifts that says from Santa.
Yeah.
How does that make sense?
They just do.
Ask my mom.
Alright, fair enough.
Yeah, they just do.
You just the next time I meet her, like, yo.
To kill her Christmas is like, it's like, you know, you can't kill my mom's Christmas.
Parents turned JW.
I love the music.
Holidays, birthdays.
Yeah.
You guys aren't even religious.
That's the best way.
That's hilarious.
Right.
So, pull everything in.
Stores and actions of dispensing. And to me, since creating to mutually
Come back, Samuel. Not ready for this.
That's fair. For this project, it doesn't really make.
No, wait, they
because
need to be
you're
in the
only gonna
source
have
folder, right?
one set of actions that you maybe for your to-do list. But look at the one that I made, right? Like go out, there's a whole bunch of different types of information, like stuff from GitHub, stuff from Firebase. So what I do is I break it up into sets of actions that are like the same, and those actions have a corresponding set of reducers. But for this case, yeah, like you can do, like you can even do like JS.
Right now, I'm creating a few files, movies. And then I'll make it transferred.
Starbucks, yeah.
They made me do it. They made me have Starbucks.
Who made you?
Me?
Sorry.
You a mom man.
Oh, you fancy.
Nobody can make you do nothing.
They kind of made me.
No,
Because he said
that's
he
what you're
was treating
supposed
me
to
for my
call.
birthday.
Oh.
So that's a make.
Why do you say that?
I don't get what I want. I get what he wants to get.
Yeah, that's how it
See
works,
how
bro. Well, actually, I think I owe you one too. You had a
Oh,
birthday,
yeah,
didn't you?
That's past already.
Yeah.
That's back in.
You didn't make it big as big a big a deal. I forgot right away. With him, I still remember because
We got
we
her
talked
pizza.
about it. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, really? Yeah. Because this is what you need to do.
Me too. Sounds like Father's Day.
Is anybody stuck?
Sounds like Father's
I think
Day.
3 is the one that's
I know,
More
imagine
tricky
you
anyway.
having to share my.
2 is fucking easy.
Yeah. Actually,
And
mine
the
was Mother's
spotlight.
Day. I was born Mother's Day.
Yeah, I'll be back in a second. I'm gonna go pee.
That's actually Easter.
That's it.
Wait, how do I get out of
Hey, what's up?
overshadowed?
Bounce.
No, I'm not.
Not you.
Me?
No, her. She has to how I get out of here. Bounce.
Maybe that's good. Maybe it's like allergic to something. Maybe.
Yeah, it is everybody.
Everyone's with their mothers.
Randy is not with his mom.
Randy, where you at?
Mom and shoot. Please listen.
Randy, you working on this problem right now?
Randy, help us.
There's a Pornhub right now.
He going back and forth from Pornhub. Pornhub API.
Oh, it does. Right? What's on the table? I'm right on
Yeah, like I was telling them.
Ugh. Sneezing and coughing.
I swear to God,
You know
we're
what's
not gonna
crazy?
hop on you. We're gonna walk out of here with people.
I think I need.
Yeah, that's you see.
I think
I'm about to go get
Fresh
Ebola
air.
to see.
I think you need Jesus.
I just have
No,
no that it's not
Everyone
I
is
think
like.
that's what I need.
super
You need
clean.
Jesus.
Yeah, I'm about to open the window.
Jesus.
Do you mind?
Whoa.
You don't have to touch the duck.
Who needs help?
Put the duck down.
Oh, I thought you were.
Baba, help the woman. You're staying there looking at her struggle.
Oh my God. Oh, that.
This ain't every woman's day. This is Mama's Day. Is it your mother?
So much more sick. Every day is every woman's day.
You gotta wash your mind. Don't roll your eyes at me, woman. Your mind.
Maybe I'll
Don't talk shit. No hide your phone. Who's Ronald? She do look like she did a Ronald.
She doesn't save anyone's number. It's probably her brother.
Yeah, you gotta be scared of people that don't say numbers.
I know. I told her that. I was
Oh.
like,
That's
that's
Exactly.
Who said something?
Exactly.
I do.
Yeah.
What's wrong with you
My phone
people?
does all this.
I don't know when you want.
Listen, only savages don't say names with
Pretty,
numbers.
your phone.
Why? Because it's just a temper.
Wait, what? What? I don't get it. What are you talking about? Do you save people's
Because
names
if you was
in
to
your
come right
phone?
now,
Like
your
with,
name will
along
come
with
up
their
on my
numbers? Do you like
And
save
save it.
contacts? Like
Contact.
friends?
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, you said this
Yeah.
might be maybe.
Why wouldn't I?
phone.
I'm
Not
not
friends,
gonna
just
know
come
who
up
I'm-
Not friends, people you're dating.
What?
People you're dating, not friends.
Oh well, yeah. I think
People you're dating, not just friends. You
You
say
just
people
let
you're
them
dating's
know.
names and numbers on the phone.
That's my
Oh,
that's my
people
steal.
I've dated, but
People you're
from people before
dating.
you. It's like, do I save their name as contact?
Yeah.
Yeah, how am I gonna know who I'm calling? I just don't understand.
Exactly.
I memorize
I
That's-
mean, then I might call the number and say like, hey, Steve, and he's like, I don't
Which
know
is
who
good,
you're
which is what I'm
talking
saying,
about.
like, if people that don't store names with their numbers, the person is temporary, so there's no need to save the name, it's just numbers.
Just another number.
Ronald will hit you up.
That's 'cause you got a weird ass.
Papa's like,
What you got? Cricket?
Why are you?
Yeah.
You're trying to play me?
Might as well be cricket. What's that? Pre-date?
can you please, can you take that ransomware that happened around the world?
Can I do what now?
The ransomware that happened around the world?
Ransom, what?
One of those, like, you go to the
Are you
site, suddenly
No.
they-
It's like,
it'll be prank calling them.
They hold your data hostage until you pay up, so they attacked over 100 countries around the world. Hospitals.
Oh, wow.
Really?
You can get out of it if you're smart, but
Awesome.
What do you mean they hold your data hostage?
They
Windows
hit
XP.
into your
This
computer
was-
system and then hold your data ransom. Like, it was locked until you pay ransom.
They can suck my balls.
Are you talking about the people who like who they say that, oh, like you can't, like you have to call this number immediately, otherwise they're gonna like leak
You
stuff?
Pay like Bitcoin or whatever. Do you even hear about this thing that happened?
Yeah, it was like 3 days ago.
Yeah, the big cyber attack that used stolen NSA techniques and all that stuff, right? That's the one?
yeah, that one.
Yeah.
It was like a hole in the, yeah.
There's
I was like, this isn't another.
A hole in the ozone layer?
A lot of those.
No, wait, what? No.
Stop using hairspray, guys.
No, I'm talking about the one that all
Yeah.
the hospitals.
Yeah, no, I'm just
No,
fucking
talking
with her.
about the-
Yeah.
the
No,
one
I agree,
in
yeah.
Right? That was like, it was some bug in the like Windows update or something. And you had to, like,
It wasn't a bug. I mean, it was
or
like,
vulnerability.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's when the old school Windows XP, really old.
Well, here's the thing. That's what you get for using Windows XP. That got
Yeah.
Microsoft doesn't support it anymore. So those are all boneheaded IT departments that don't know how to update their shit.
We fucking
Yeah.
Windows
Yeah.
XP.
Yo, upgrade everybody, it's free. So,
Yes.
they were like,
No, you know what it is? It's
I'm gonna rock
because-
out with
it's
this
because they
XP.
wrote a bunch of integrations that are kind of bound to XP, but
you gotta, at some point, you have to, you gotta move on.
I'm gonna rock out with this XP.
That's honestly what my company
XP, bro.
does.
95 is where it's at, alright?
Oh, is that
Yeah.
that trash one that they came out with? Was it
I
X
mean,
or something like
no,
that?
no,
Was that me?
Really bad.
Vista.
Oh yeah,
This
this
was bad
was
too.
trash.
Yeah.
What's up? This is probably work. Yeah. Yeah, those are the bad ones.
Essentially, so when you watch an index should be.
Yeah, it should just be that, right? It's,
Just be that. Right?
yeah, like if you look at my index, it's like 4 lines, right? It just tells you when things start. And then in the future, if you want to add like different URL support and stuff, you can start adding more stuff to the index. But index should always be super simple. It just says, here's how the app starts. Go there to find shit. Always.
What is it gonna mean? I feel like that's a really big thing to say.
There's some gays crying today on this Mother's Day.
Who?
There's some guys just crying on this Mother's Day today.
Why?
The ones that didn't plan to have kids.
Damn,
They plan to have a
dude.
kid, I'm not crying.
I said so, man. They
It's
all.
been a couple years now.
I know, right? You already said it.
I cried for Chris too.
Yeah, like that first
I'm over
like,
it.
no.
You didn't have that?
Like when you having a kid.
Monster.
When I make my first meal, buddy.
First meal. Goddamn.
These are expensive.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are.
No, they're not.
Hey, you're talking to the one that has a kid.
Say it,
I hate when people be like, yes, they are.
Or
Yes,
some, I was expensive.
You probably
I
not
had
paying, the
a lot
mother
of-
probably paid for
Yeah.
it.
I pay for everything. It's
They
not
are
expensive.
expensive.
It's not expensive. So
Yeah,
it's about perspective.
let's put the code in perspective. Come on, let's go.
Oh, yeah, that's literally.
Yeah.
No, I was like almost a month. One.
Oh, I just opened that. I had cancer for 2 years.
Oh, you're looking for it.
Don't let him distract you, man. Start shaking.
Come on, I don't hear any talk about actions and reducers and shit, man. Come on.
I didn't ask you a question.
Man, I'm just saying I can't even think through thoughts and do this shit. So I don't know about you guys. Yeah, if you guys are stuck, let me know. Oh, all right.
Follow the flow of the data.
Yeah.
Use the flow.
I just had this from it was just to have the reference quickly.
So here's the deal.
Eventually it gets to here.
No.
but it just from the view.
So the thing that kickstarts it is you, right? When the user hits the X.
Well, I was going to use your skeleton to use that button.
You didn't add like a link on the but the thing is when a click happens on that thing, you should first from the view you should go to the dispatch, right? And then when that dispatch is done, you go back to it, you can that, and then you can like if you're you just follow
How goes that? It's just the endpoint is what I was thinking about first, is to be like, how do you use this to target it?
So the other thing, well, okay, so what does it mean for a to-do list item to be deleted?
In this case, since they're
An array, you could slice it out or some shit, right? Well, slice it up, not right? So what that means is do if you think about actions first, the action will require the index, right? That's all you gotta pass it. You gotta say, let me update the thing, now instead of content. Right? Yeah. Right, you got a list?
No, the function that would look like the action.
This one?
And then in fact,
To
you don't have to
delete?
touch it.
Oh, so you're basically just extracting
No, that's-
all
that's
the
in
components, the
actions.
actions, the dispatcher, and the
That's part one. Then part two, and then
Yeah.
implement
delete.
And the delete is just fucking slice.
Yeah, and then you just redraw the other diagram.
But yeah, exactly. In fact, it's just gonna be it'll be exactly like create. In fact, with fewer steps.
Yeah, because you would only touch on the store, right? Not props.
No, you're not passing old story, you're passing a new story.
Well, no, the actions will always have the old store, right? So you're saying, yeah, action will always have the old store.
Yeah.
And the extra, you want the index of the thing you're trying to close. Right?
No, I'm talking about when you delete, you remove something from the array and redraw it, so it's a new story.
Yeah, I think he's saying the same thing. I think he's saying that like the actions in the actions, the first argument is the old store. You're saying,
Old
right?
store,
Yeah, always.
Yeah.
I think one thing you're gonna have to update. I don't think I pass in the index. You have to like pass it in somehow.
Of the to-dos.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, exactly. Yeah, I would say start on one end and just go through it, right? And yeah, to me, it makes more sense to go from the view onward. Is that what yeah, in fact, like that's how I always do it. I always go from view onward. It just makes more sense.
You can do everything there.
I like that, man. Good shit.
Take you a couple hours.
Oh,
Yeah. Why you trying to come for me, bro? Y'all don't want to see my evil side.
Don't shoot the place up. Right?
That's what white people do.
Yo, I am I dealing with it? Oh, I guess I didn't hit you. I don't want to be an asshole, but
Nah, don't make me feel bad. I
nah,
ain't been there like a week.
I maxed out the string for this.
For a curve? Wait, was it like one bar or?
Nah, it was like a machine.
Oh, machine.
But still, I feel like I never done it before, so I was like, PR.
I don't focus too much on my biceps, man. It's this is what makes the magic happen.
I know.
Mind your business, lady. Code.
Yo, fair.
I am cold.
I was able to.
He's talking to me. Let me address him.
Wow.
That sounds very like tough shit.
I just want to.
Kinda hard.
It's
This
like
one.
kind of like boy. In a way. When you use it, you have to be careful.
That's not intended.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
It is?
Yeah.
You go, you want it? Oh. It's like trying to start heat potato.
Yeah, it's like a type of potato, right?
Yeah, it's just super starchy. Try it.
It's chicken.
Is meat in it?
Yeah, they're not beef. What?
Is meat in
No,
it?
I don't think so. Are you sure?
What is that, eggplant?
See if there's meat in it.
Bless you.
Thank you. You guys have to say
Jeez, dying. You need some like Claritin or something?
I took certain tests, but I guess we.
All right.
Just
Sucks.
cracking its own, bro.
I can't.
Go ahead. Is anybody stuck?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. What's up?
Wait, so you start off with this much and everything inside the index bar.
Yeah.
So how would I
export
target the actual index?
Right.
Yeah,
You gotta
you
pass
put
that
this
in.
to
Like
do
you know
list.
how in the
Yeah.
to do input,
Put your display
you do
from
create to do, and then you pass in an object with the
and
actual
so
value.
here.
You want to do the same thing here
Right,
But
so like.
with the index.
So
So that's what I meant. Like you
here.
gotta pass the index
You
back
have to
somehow.
export it, right?
Right.
This function?
So.
No, not here. In
Let me just get the
So,
window down.
everything always originates from here, right? If you look at like the to item, right? So you got list item, container, and dispatcher, which is fine, right? If you look at to do list here, right here it creates it, right? So you do new to do, and you're passing in. So you want to pass in the index somehow, right? So you can do it here if you want, or if you want, what you can do is you look at your list item. See how it just takes the to do item?
Or when you,
Maybe it takes
export
index as
these
well.
again,
Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
React
And then-
plus, can't you just put export right here?
So, okay.
Just like
You see what I'm
that?
saying? And then what you can do is, okay, so you have that, right? Great. Like, whatever. Now,
But then,
what you can do is when you, it's all moved out now, right?
And here it was exported.
Oh,
Exactly.
yeah, it needs to be in the source, right?
Yeah,
If you-
yeah.
well,
Anyway,
anyway,
without the default, you have to use
look at
curly brace.
action. And here, see. Do you see how you create, see how you create this guy? You want to also pass in an index.
So I have to do
Right?
them separately.
So I would do something like use
I do this one.
No, the
One
front
of the
doesn't
last
go
guys,
inside
right?
the curly
And
brace.
then, so I won't say the whole thing, but now,
There's
now
that-
you have it, right? So what you gotta do is, in the to-do item, when you hit the X, you
No,
gotta
you
grab
don't
that
have to
index
put it
and
in.
pass
You
it
put it in
into
there.
the extra,
Sorry about
and
that.
then you gotta be like,
It's
oh,
gonna
let
be
me
the same
slice
file,
it
you
based
can
on
get
that
a
index.
I got you.
But, yeah, it's like, it's still, yeah, well,
And like, and a good way to check it is just the console log those.
Mhm. Let's see.
No, it's not what I want.
But, well, here's the thing, so you fucked up because these are specific to the app that you're living in. So like what do you have in your index right now?
Like that?
I mean, it'll be fine, 'cause I already.
Is that the path?
So the idea is that like, yeah, like, so now it doesn't have shit,
What is
so
it?
that doesn't work either, right? So what you wanna do is like, okay,
So just
you
console log it.
want this thing, but all of this
And make
is
sure they're
really
in
live here, right?
use nice console log. Oh, and you may wanna
You know what I mean?
disable the dispatch.
You gotta, include the dispatcher and all that shit, right? After, right? But like, this is what you want, right? Like this is a specific type of render function you need here.
That would be actions. So many things like
Oh my goodness.
these.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. So now, yeah, just console log. So
No, I think the actions both can
Something in,
just live in their own file, or you can just keep it. But
you guys just spend like an afternoon on figuring out how to make Sublime autocomplete, and it'll save you a lot of time.
you know what I mean? And you gotta import it from the.
Who uses Sublime anymore, bro?
That is a very good
Yeah.
question.
Me,
Oh.
We all use for functions.
I want to use Adam.
Microsoft Visual Studio or Adam.
But
or
here, you can
Adam's
actually have
Adam's pretty.
how you have.
Actually, Talkstation and stuff.
He uses it because he feels like he has to.
Yeah, Talk is like a.
What you just
Because of us.
Here you got this actions right there. But in order to do that, you need to import it. Yeah, and all that. So it's gonna error a lot right now. So make sure you control this stuff. Wait, like, what do I have to?
Let's go. Using bundle. I don't really know where the console log is coming from.
You don't. I mean, like you could just try to
Like
find
this.
it back. But if you use like a map file like that, I just haven't gotten like it. Right, like a source map.
Nope.
Okay, well, source maps will map your bundle back to your actual file. You know what? Maybe I'll go over it at some point next
Oh,
week.
you just put like a comment for each console log.
No,
That won't work either.
I mean that will work, right? But if you use source maps, it'll tell you exactly what line in your.
I think that'd be helpful.
Alright, I'll go around to there.
What about errors too? Because errors comes up as bundle.
Right, if you use source maps, it'll map to the thing.
Yeah, that'd be very helpful.
I'll do that too.
Is it coming up?
It makes it slower to run.
Oh, the console?
Yeah.
I can see it. Hold on.
If you didn't see it, I don't think it come on board.
Okay, render editor. Check. No, this is the actual thing. I can't use this. Just use editor probably. Bless you.
Oh, look at that polite blow. Look at that polite.
What, how do you blow your nose like that people?
Well, forward.
Oh, yeah, I do those. That's my favorite. No, you know, it's really small.
Doing it right though, that's
Where is
good.
it?
I don't know.
Let me- let me- I know. No, I was. Yeah.
You want me to take a look?
Oh, you only on this side, so it could.
Oh.
See, that's this side. You want to console log dispatcher and app like.
Wait a minute.
You know, I'm all over the place.
Remember you moved the dispatcher out, so
Yeah,
now
I
you're
know.
importing it.
One thing at a time.
Okay, cancel out all three.
Well, I think list item is already showing, so what you need is the dispatcher to see if the app run is also.
Stop making fun of Randy.
He's
Talking shit. So mean, Baba.
When it's regular sleep, I just talking to him. So he just started.
Ah. Why
He's
is this-
happy Mother's Day?
To you.
Everybody.
Do I need to restart it?
Mother's Day to you.
Yeah.
Right?
I'm putting my daughter in class one day. So they put all that
It's
up.
supposed to be family day. Yeah, it's not a choice. No, it's not.
Not again.
So that's your stuff.
Man, these fuckers are thirsty. Shit.
What?
It's my old gig.
Are you still like tethered to them at all or not?
Not at all. Someone
Say
just,
that again?
like my friend just texted me. He's like, "Yo, take a look at this shit." I was like, "Oh, all right, I'll take a look."
Not really, but I'm really paranoid like that, so I'm putting everything. What's the difference? One word?
How you guys doing?
Deep thoughts.
What's going on?
The dispatch is not
Like
console
right in the
logging.
beginning, I have.
It's using index that XML.
So you pull things out
I
already?
took all that stuff out and put it in 3 different files.
Dispatcher here. Well,
I didn't take everything out yet.
So now my question is, are you running your watcher?
Oh,
I know.
yeah, I should check it.
Baba told me to turn it
I did not say no such thing. I just thought that was running already.
off. Sorry, I cannot be held accountable for anything.
All Baba's fault.
There you go. Now it's more like it. So now you have
Alright.
bugs, which I think you could
That's
at least
better
do
than
something.
no bugs.
Right, exactly.
Or nothing. Thanks.
Oh, you guys want to go over this?
Yeah.
It's a little tough with the delete thing. It's a
Yep.
little tough.
Yep. And this is
Every day I'm not.
where's your store?
Oh, you do? How's your mom, Baba?
My mom is great. She went to church. That's why she didn't pick up my phone call. So she says,
Oh, I know. That's what I did.
Oh,
She just don't want to be
You want to take this?
I'm guessing she didn't want to be bothered, but
I'm
she
not
said she
sure.
went to
Yeah.
church. So
I gotta take this.
Store
That's
at.
on the store.
Who are you to call them?
Wait, what? Is that what you call it? For what? So, church? You could not like church.
no, my mother loves church. She's
My mother
every-
does too.
She's there every Sunday.
I go with her. I remember going,
No,
Bad
this is
people.
because- let me tell you something.
You just get that.
It depends on.
It depends on
No,
the
no.
church.
Like, it's different. I know.
Yeah,
Every time. I just
Isn't that what
don't
we're
like
supposed to
people.
do? But
Yeah.
that's your
I do like
storage AS, so when,
Yeah,
now
I
when
know.
you say,
That's my face in
or
check.
store
Personally, 'cause I
from
used to hate
store white, or just like one corner.
That's the only people that. The rest of the time, like, I can call that updated.
That church at home.
I get you coming
I'm
from.
calling it.
But there's like, you have to find the right one.
Is that what, when you, I'm calling it, I'm calling it. I was
Right
really
here.
thrilled. to put it in
It's right
there.
here, y'all
What I
all
would do
attend,
is for
yeah, just don't know.
tap data from.
What's the word?
Huh?
What's the word?
Do
Today?
I have to stick to this name?
Is it how much rate? What'd you say something about rating?
You have to? What? Say something about what?
Yeah.
For
Bucks?
Alright, there we go.
Oh,
Is there an add keyword in your import for a name?
Yeah, you can.
Yeah. So
Import something, add something else.
as.
oh, yeah, of course. Oh, I don't need to.
You don't need to, so, first I would want the names to be
I don't
all
need,
the
like-
same.
Yeah. That's what I.
You can make phone calls in class. What do you think you are? Yeah, you're not a dog.
My mom called me, and I am a son, so she told me. You make calls in class?
There's a little comment until we learn, what do you call it? The stuff that we just learned. What do you call
Oh, source map.
it? So, put an into learn that source map. So,
Alright, let's go over it since people are all stuck on it. Come through. Okay, so it's a two-part problem, right? Part one is to refactor the Just break it up as it should be. Part 2 is to actually implement the flux pattern for another action, right? Those are the 2 things that we gotta do. So let's start off with the refactoring part, which hopefully won't be too bad, right? Because it's just like that part was all right? So here, let's take a look. Where are we at? Come on. Where am I? Oh shit! This is my. Whew. I got. All right, Sublime is. Let me force flip this fucker. All right, here we are. All right, guys, come on. Let's take a look at right here. So, the idea is, according to the instructions, I want store to be in its own file, I want action to be in its own file, and I want the dispatcher to be in its own file, right? So the easiest thing to do is to move out the dispatcher, which should be almost completely independent, right? Let's start off with that. So if you look here, I mean, the one thing we gotta do is, if you remember, like we did in the other one, actions, right? And then we gotta pass that fucker into here. All right, great, done. Okay, so I'm gonna start off by saying, all right, let me create a new file. I'll call it this. Sorry. Command S. Save, motherfucker. Okay, dispatcher.js. Fair? And what I'm gonna do is I'll move it out here, and this entire dispatcher now gets pulled out. Yeah. Pull outside. Where? Exactly. That's probably where I would do it, right? Now, if you want, you can make an argument that since the only thing it's exporting, you could do export default if you feel like it. Maybe that's what throws the error. I don't know. Here, let's find out. Where you at, buddy? This is my code. Go away. No, but it's fine. So, oh, cool. So we could do that. You guys want to keep it with default or not?
Keep it default.
No.
Okay, don't keep it with default.
Crap. All right, so we can say, all right, so we can be like import dispatcher from. All right, 1 down, 2 more to go. Next. Shut the fuck up. Let's now pull out our store, okay? New file, store.js, and that will only be this guy, right? Export. But I mean, I think we can even get away with making this constant. It's gonna update every time. Yeah, it doesn't really matter, but I'll just do it. I can say, all right. Oh, check this out. Just to show you guys, we can do. Oh, sorry. Yep.
That's cool. Just holding that one back. Just holding that one back.
Well, I can't just show you everything. Then you guys are gonna be bored.
Quietly said it while I was at that table.
But
Papa,
Nobody.
Jeez, man, it's savage as fuck. Dear Lord. Whew.
It's like no respect.
I ain't got no respect. I'll call all these.
Yeah, see if that worked. I don't even know if it worked. Here, one way to find out. It did. All right, on a roll so far. In fact, I'm so cocky about. I'm not even gonna test it. Whatever. Final piece, right? Is this guy, the actions, right? So now, what do I do? All right, call actions. Yeah. Yep, export that guy too. Export. Ooh, but you know what? Herein lies a problem, right? I need this function, right? So what do I do? Where do I pull it out to, though? Do I put it into actions? Do I put it into a...
The function?
Yeah, because here's the thing. Watch this. This action requires create new to do, which lives here. So it's going to throw an error right now.
So you can put it in actions.
I can put into the actions, yeah. But here's the thing. As my actions grow, do I want to have those functions there too? No, right? So that was the open question I kind of like left for you guys. Probably. That's what I would do. That makes sense to me. I would do a file called like reducers or something, specifically for all the state mutations that the actions will do. And the thing is, if I want, I can then break out these actions into smaller sets of actions that are thematically related, and those can have their own set of separate files for the functions itself. So I won't show it to you right now because we're doing a small project, but as we do like more hardcore stuff and it becomes relevant to what we're doing, I will show it, okay? But yeah, I think it's prudent to be like, I'll call it reducers because that's a term that, what's up? So it's a term from Redux, but basically it's a set, like, it's a function. It's a pure function, meaning that it takes an argument and it gives you back one more. It has no side effects. So if you call this function 1,000 times with the same object, it'll always give you back the same response. It's pure function. So a reducer is a set of pure functions that will just update your state in some way. That's it. Right. So basically, what we're doing. What's up? Old store, new store. Yeah. So I'm gonna pull this out. Boom. I can be like export this guy. Oopsies. Fair. Reducers.js. And in here, I just gotta import, right? Import, create new to do. Fish. By the way, this.
And the reason you made an object is because you have more.
Oh no, because like it's not a default, but yeah, it's gonna be more, right? It's gonna be a whole bunch of shit. But that's not why it's an object, right? It's just a fast. It's like I could have done this, right? Which is what you're used to.
Oh,
Yeah, but I think but yeah, there will be more, so that's why. And here's the one thing, guys. So if I opened up like my project here, and you look at an action, like let's say we look at a fuckload page. Let's do a good one. Let's do open. See this guy? Here are all the actions. It looks exactly alike, doesn't it? This is my code, and this is the code that we're writing. The structure is almost exactly the same. You see that? So there you go. And that one's using Flux, like with React. So we have our reducers. We got to import our actions, right? So we can say import actions from, whoopsies, from fish. Do we have to pull out our app render? I would say no, because we need this just defines how to draw it, right? I would keep that in index. Obviously, these lines are the ones that actually kickstart my entire application, right? This just clears out like my HTML before I start, right? And if I want, I could do some other stuff. Like watch, I can be like, all right, I would put these guys up top and say something like Flux. But requirements, I guess, is the word. No, Flux dependence. Yeah, requirements. It doesn't really matter, right? And then I can say, okay, components. Oh, yeah, thank you. And thank you. And the idea is I don't even need the list item here anymore, do I? The list item really needs to be in my reducers, right? Because that's what uses it. See that? And so what's nice here is that if you look at it in this way, all your index does is it sets up Flux, sets up the initial components that you need, and you're done. Right, but now we're back to that, right? Like it's just the entry point and that's it. There's no additional logic. And so the code for your index should be always concise and clean. Just the entry point, and off you go, right? And so okay, great. So we have our dispatcher here, right? We have our and in fact, if we want, like we could probably push this in here and make it even simpler, like whatever. It's fine though. Actually, you want to see that? Like, I could just put this in here super easily too, right? I could just be like store. Just move this in here, right? Get rid of this. And now, and that's it. Yep. Inside, because so here's what I was doing. I was passing in the name of app render here, right? So I just, but this is the only place I'm calling it, right? So that's why I said, oh, I could just move it inline if I want to. It's up to you. If you think if this is easier to read, that's fine. If you, I just want to show you like both ways of doing it, right?
Oh,
Yeah. Right, and then that's it. So you kickstart your components, and you define the way it should redraw, and hopefully this didn't kickstart a chain reaction of issues. So far, it looks right. If I were to go back to the code and inspect, let's see if I can hit refresh. Console. So far, so good. Test. Chilling. All good. You see? Making sense? Clear?
No errors in the console.
First time, man. All right, all good? Now, can I move on? Okay, so the next part is the interesting part, right? Which is we want to implement a new feature to our Flux-powered app, right? And what is that feature? Delete, right? So can you describe how this is going to work? I don't know if I even or describe too much, but like, what do you expect to happen? I want the ability to do what? Yeah, have like an X or something that if the user clicks will remove that particular to-do list item from my list. So if I have like 1, 2, like buckle my shoe or some shit, right? Or buckle my show apparently. And I want to like, I'm not clutch, man. Damn it. Anyway, but and then I want to like delete like 2, right? So, you know, there's 2 ways of thinking about it, right? So the first thing to note is that, you know, this is a data-driven approach, right? So it's not like, oh, find this .div or some shit and we're not about that life anymore. What you got to do is you got to update the data that represents this to-do list and then deal from there. Now, as it stands right now, what does the app data? Can I get rid of this?
Yeah.
Okay. Where's the delete?
Oh, the delete.
No, I'm looking for the way to get rid of this shit. All right, well, when in doubt, use your fucking hands, right?
No, it's on top of the computer.
Oh
Like,
my God.
wait, there's an actual eraser right there.
Sorry.
Just a hand.
Yeah, they use inject themselves with the T-virus.
Wait, what?
They act like you was injecting yourself with the T-virus or something. Just your hand,
Yeah, T-virus.
Wait, so just to confirm, there's no way just to set up these different IDs or sign an ID.
So we could. That's totally one way of doing it, right? And that's what we're gonna discuss. I want to talk about what different approaches we have, right? The only rule here is that you gotta update the data and not the DOM. That's the only real rule, right? How you do that is up to you. So if you want to have an ID, that makes sense. If you want to have something else, it's fine. So first, let's talk about this, right? We have some text, and then we have like our first one, wake up, rank, etc. Right? So now, what is this represented as in app data?
What is what?
To-dos?
Yeah, exactly. To-dos. This is going to be app data dot to-dos, right? Which is an array. Correct. Okay. So if I wanted to remove the first item, what do I have to do? Yeah, somehow I have to remove it from the array and then trust Flux to redraw everything. Assuming I did array, it should just work. Okay. So the hard part is, well, how do I do it, right? So before I take on the question of how to actually determine which one to remove, maybe what I can do is let me just get like a quick click event on where if I click on any one of these fuckers, it'll just remove the first one. Just what's up? I defined that. The click event?
Is that, well, the click event is gonna get an X.
Yeah. The click event will be on the X, and all that's gonna say is gonna say, "Hey, delete an item." That's it.
So is that gonna go on the component that does that? That's gonna be.
No, that's gonna go in your actions. So here, I'll show you.
X though, the actual X.
No, the X is a DOM feature, right? Therefore, it must go in the component.
It can go in the component that draws that already, not its own.
Yeah, it's gonna be the one that draws it already. You can make it in its own separate one too, and include it in each one if you feel like it. In this case, it doesn't make sense to do it. And also, it's kind of annoying to draw components within components with the structure we have. React makes that easy, right? So in React, because it's not that much more difficult, it might be okay. But right now, it's annoying, and it's only one feature. It's just a click event. So I'd rather just put it in the to-do item component. Is that fair? So you guys, okay. So I want you guys to tell me where in the to-do item component. So first of all, everyone agrees that it needs to be in the to-do item component, right? So where in this component should I add that click event? So my constructor, you think? Well,
Is that a bad idea to have?
Well, here, take a look at the to-do input. How do we do it here? You gotta look back at the old code. Are we doing any sort of event listeners here? And where are we doing it? Right, but in an event, which is being called in the constructor, right? And you want to only call that once, right? Because if you call it on the refresh props, it will update, it'll rebind every fucking time, which you don't want, right? So in fact, to answer your question, you only want it in the constructor because you want it to be bound once. Fair? Does that make sense? Okay. So let's do it. So I'm gonna actually, yeah. What's up? Okay. Be like, okay. And then here I can be like, all right. Boom. Is that fair? Not really doing much here. And then instead of click key down, it'll be, just told you to fucking answer. Click, right? Oops. And then here, I got an H4, and that's cool and all. And I want to have this guy on the right, right? So I'm just going to be like, okay, div/div style equals to float right. Icon class equals to icon close. Is it close or X? I guess I'll find out. Huh? Oh, is it remove?
Yeah.
Thank you. Good, I think. Let's find out. LOL. Let's see what this does. Hello. What?
Oh, just don't add div, just add.
Why the fuck did I add it 3 times? That's insane. What?
I just did I and I just did it style float right and
Oh, in here.
yeah.
Okay. Yeah, drama with the win, man. Well, okay, let me not say that because maybe like you're so fucked up. Hold on.
And I did this is gonna show on the bottom.
Word. I don't know what the hell that was. Maybe I fucked something up. Who knows? YOLO. Right? I was like, what? Let's see what's going on.
Why is 2?
Yeah, mine's not doing.
Mine is 1 also.
I don't know. Maybe I fucked some shit up. Let's find out. I mean, clearly I must have, right? So, oh, this is good. How do I debug this? Oh, well, first of all, I think a part of it is this. It's this click shit. Let's get rid of this for now. Okay.
Wait, in the elements inspector, what is that second
One.
The second one.
This guy? Oh, good call. Yeah, let's find out. We got app. It creates. Okay. Oh, it's not being closed properly. You see that? For whatever reason. Oh, it's not?
Oh.
Maybe, yeah, you're right. I think that could be it. Good looks, fam. But here's the thing, we don't need style left, I think, because I believe it'll just work. God damn it. So wrong about everything today. Jeez. All right. All right, you know what? Fuck this shit. You guys want to see? Wow. You guys want to see? A display flex? Yeah. Let's flex this motherfucker. All right, hold on. Inspect. What up? Yeah, it's on here. Display flex. Oh, done. And then I can be like, I'm pretty sure I can say. No, align self. Flex end. But I gotta, this is kind of annoying. Nah, you know what? I don't gotta do that. Display block. And then. Yeah? Fake it till you make it? That's exactly what I did. All right. Fair? Yeah, text line. I hate this extra spaces to him. Oh, it's because of the H4. Margin bottom 0. That's better now. That looks like a crappy to-do list. Okay, so style equals to display flex. All right, and here I can say style equals to margin bottom 0. And then here I can say text align right with 100%. Anything else I need? I have display block word. I think that's redundant. Hold up. Redundant. Perfect. Let's try it again. It's laughing at me, guys.
Being trolled by your.
My own code. Hello. Nope. That was just a blip. I was being trolled, but anyway, we're good. So let's go ahead and let's write some code. In this guy, I'm gonna put like JS dash remove. Fair. And now comes the fun part. On click, I keep this. Boom, boom, and it'll be if it contains .js remove or target closest is JS dash remove, right? Then it should just for the time being, let's do an alert. Solid. That's a class, right? Good looks. And I can be like, alert. That ain't gonna work. That will though. Alert. You see that? I like that. Right, that's it. That's all I have to say. Okay, cool. We're good. It's bothering me, so F it. Cursor, pointer. It'll make you a little glove. Check it out. I still got it. Still got my. All right. So now that we have that, instead of doing an alert, what do we want to do? Dispatch a delete event, right, of some sort, or a delete action, right? So the idea is, again, I mean, if you can imagine the thing, we're going this way. We're going from view all the way to store, right? And you can also go the other way around if you want. I find it's a little bit more difficult. I mean, it depends, I guess. But you usually, by default, I'll go from view. I'm like, okay, when the user clicks on the X, then I need to tell the dispatcher that a certain action must happen, right? So I could be like, oh, like X button clicked or some shit. And then it's up to the action to decode that into some sort of function call that will take the old state, update into the new state, and if we set up our flux properly, as soon as the store updates, it should just redraw, right? The hard part here is how do we actually remove that item from here, right? We're taking it one step at a time, so I'm going to do this. I'm going to say this dot. Do I even have a dispatcher here? Oh, shut the fuck up, man. What? Get out of here. Those assholes went on a fucking trip without me. Yeah. Yeah, I know. It's kind of sad. They don't even like talk to me anymore. Let's do delete to do. Now let's say so we can keep it. You know what? Since we're doing it by to dos, we'll just because it's easier to I think think about. So I'll keep it this way. I'll just say all right, delete to do. And oops, sorry. And then I'll get rid of that. And in here we can do old store additional props. Obviously we have to write something, but for the time being, let's just alert again. Yo, your boys got jokes today. All right. So far making sense? We're going backward. You click on the X, we dispatch an event, and then we have to write the code to actually understand the event and do something, right? So far, is everyone following? Okay, good. So now let's do this. In here, what we can do is, well, all right, how do we handle this? You gotta make a function where? In here or somewhere else? In the reducers. Word. Go back out. So tell me, what's the type? We can call it anything that we want, right? That's my world, man. Return new store. And if you want, again, we can write a function factory that would do all this shit for us. We're going to retype all this stuff. It depends on. Yeah. All right, cool, right? Obviously, this has to change, right? It can't be this anymore. But if you wanted to just test to see if this is working, you can do a console.log here, right? Console.log made it to reducer lol. And so now you can be like, oh, all right, at least it's going there. So if you wanted to like take it step by step, this is an okay way of doing it. And then, like, you see how I did this? While it's easier to type, you might be like, oh, this is kind of hard to read. So one thing you could do is just this. So now you type a little bit more, but yeah, a little bit easier to read, right? So you say, oh, create to do, create new to do, like delete to do, whatever, right? Fair? So far, making sense, right? We're going from view. So we went to the view, we got the dispatcher, we're at the action, and we have a reducer. We haven't updated the store, but we should expect to see what? Yep, console.log of the made it to here, right? Let's find out, my friends. Refresh. Bro, you mad? So far, okay. Testing. Still okay. Bam. Wait, I lost it? I was having my groove, bro.
Lost your mojo.
False. I don't have mojo. It's on the loose, bro. All right. Anyways, so let's keep going. So now comes the actual hard part. To be fair, right? So like up to here, it's kind of like it's almost like this is what you do, right? Like once you have your system like set up, like it's hard to, it might take a while to think up that system. It might take a while to get all your code in place so that it works. But once you have it, this should be always like default, right? This is like, okay, this is the easy part. Like you don't have to think about it. What you have to think about is how do you actually remove an item from this array? So let's start off by doing the simplest thing that we can, which is this. That'll return the first one, but I'm going to say todos.slice1, which will remove the first one, okay? This is not going to work. This is just to see that it is updating, and then we have to think about how to, one, understand which one I clicked on so that I can remove it, okay? But right now, I just want to say, hey, if I were to do that, would it work? Fair? So again, just incrementally, just to see things occurring. So save, refresh. Hope your phone's okay, buddy. All right. So ready? A, B, C, right? If I hit delete, ooh. Can you tell me what's wrong? I gotta store it, right? Like this guy? Yeah. Word. If I didn't know, I would have console logged through it, but I don't feel like doing it right now. Okay so far? All right, let's try it again. A, B, C. See that? Flux worked. I didn't have to touch shit. Because I already defined my refresh props and all that, all I have to do is once I have those components up, I just need to define how to mutate that data and everything just works, right? Now, if I were to create a new component, now I would have to think about adding the refresh props and all that stuff. And React, the magic of React is that we don't have to manually define it. They will deal with it for us. And we could probably build that in if we wanted to. But again, that means more abstraction, more functions that define functions and so forth. I was actually considering doing that this morning, and I might still. But in general, the magic of React is that it's kind of like they've got a bunch of functions like our dispatcher, which will automate certain tasks of the data being updated, which we have to do by hand. So if we were to walk through this process one more time, right, from start to finish, we go to index, right? We pull in a bunch of crap, who gives a shit? We create our dispatcher, which is the connective tissue between our view and our event, and our actions. Then we create two components, a to-do input and a to-do list, okay? Now, they're just data-driven components, meaning that they are components that are given data, and based on the state of that data, they will draw certain HTML elements, and that's it. Now, what happens is when the user clicks on the X button, what we do is we dispatch an event that says, hey, delete a to-do. And we don't specify which to-do to delete, but that's intentional. We're trying to keep it as simple as we can. What that does is, bless you. I mean, it doesn't bless you, but what that does is it'll say, all right, because that's been dispatched, it ends up at the actions. And honestly, once you understand how it works, it may as well be magic, right? We just know that somehow it ends up here. Once it's here, it will call this function, which is being imported, right? And that function will magically, or not really, just remove the first item from our list and return a new state, right? And what happens is when that new state is returned, if you can see in our index, we call the refresh props function that lives in both our to-do input component and our to-do list component. Now, if you were to take a look at our to-do list component, which is here, we have this refresh props, and all it does is it clears out the HTML and it redraws. Done. So the refresh props tells our component how to redraw itself when new information comes in. Okay, so in this case, it does that. And if you look at our to-do input, the refresh props just says, hey, update the value and redraw yourself. You see? And the reason why we don't need a redraw here is because this component actually does not redraw anything. It just calls the to-do item component, and that to-do item component is what draws itself on constructor. So you're recreating each one of those divs every time a piece of data is updated, which you can say is probably not super efficient, but this is the poor man's React, so it doesn't matter. Okay? Is that making sense? So again, ultimately, like, I'm just trying to take away as much of the punch as I can from React, because again, it'll look a little bit weird, but all we're doing is it just makes this part easier. That's it. We still have to do the flux. In fact, I bet you, can I bet this? No. I almost bet you that I can probably, huh?
I never heard that one.
I don't fucking know, man, but I'm just saying, I'm trying to go somewhere. I could just drop in React, update these to React, and I have to make just one change. One change, it depends on how you define that change, to make this entire flux work as intended, but with React. In fact, that's probably how we'll do it. So when we do React, we'll just refactor this guy to use the React components. When everyone gets the hang of this, right?
You mean everyone that's here?
Everyone that's here, right? Well, the majority. I'm not gonna. There's always gonna be 20%, you know, front and back. But explain that to my cab driver the other day. That was really interesting.
What?
Standard deviations and shit. Yeah.
What?
Because he was.
What was he asking?
asking, did you mention it? And he was like, what's that?
No, he was talking about how like stupid like New York was or some shit. I'm like, standard deviation, bro, and don't worry about it. We'll talk about it. He offended me a little bit, so I was like, all right, I'm gonna give you the lowdown, my friend. But anyway, so our final piece is this. Instead of taking away the first one every time, we want to remove the one that was clicked on. How can we find that out? There's a bunch of different ways of doing it. I can think of 3 right now. So one person said do some sort of ID thing. I guess that's kind of, I can think of 2 because like my idea is similar to yours. Anyone else?
I was trying to find, I saw that and then I was wondering if there's ways to just know the index, like what would be the index of it in the way that we can pass that in.
So ultimately, you're gonna have to update the data. So the data as it stands right now lacks a piece of information that is important, right? Which is either an index or an ID. Which would you rather use, an ID or an index?
ID.
Well, but the index can update easily.
What's up?
I was thinking index because that can update without, like if you deleted ID number 2, you're left with ID 1 and 3, and then you have to figure out logic for those IDs updating.
So I can see the argument for both. I think it depends. If we were grabbing, what's up? The index will also change. But here's the thing. So if this data was coming from a DB, I would almost rather have the ID, right? But because it's an array, I would actually rather have an index, right? But then if we're doing things with in real time, like if this was a Firebase powered list, then I might not want an index anymore because like maybe you like remove something and that was item 2 and I remove item 1 and that shit's fucked. You know what I mean? So it really depends on what you. But that same argument could be, oh, it's backed by a DB. So because we don't have a DB, there's no way for us to generate an index. We'd be generating an ID. We'd basically be generating indices. So for that reason, I won't go with ID. But I do think that if this was coming from any sort of data source that wasn't like the browser, a better idea. You see? Fair? So let's go with indices. But the question still like remains, right? Like, so what we're saying is that if we know the index that we're clicking on, we could use some sort of array function to say, hey, please remove the to-do item at that particular index in the array. Is that fair? The question is, how does the component know what index it is? And what's a good way of doing it? And you know what? So just to make you guys sweat a bit, I'm gonna say, do this without touching to-do list.js. You can touch to-do item.js. You can touch dispatcher, like reducers, all that shit. But you cannot touch this. How would you do it? What's up? But the thing is, I would have to pass the counter in here, right? Because the to-do item does not know about anything. So how would I do it without touching to-do list at all? So I need to somehow have that data in my to-do item.js, but I cannot change this.
I was looking at the reducers for creating and deleting. I was wondering if that should be where we update that.
That's a good idea. So let's go with it. So what Paul's saying is that if you look at the reducers, where do we actually add a new to-do? Create a new to-do, right? So could we do something here?
I was looking at where we have props. You see, we already have the to-do text
Mhm.
props. I was wondering if there we could also find a way to add in.
Word. So here's a case where using the constructor for our to-do list is actually very useful, right? Because what we can do is we can pass in the index here. How would I do that? To-do.length. Why not to-do.length minus 1? That's it. Because we're concatenating, right? So it's always gonna be the last one, right? Because we're about to add one to it right away. You see that? So if I do minus 1, it'll actually be not the last one, but the second to last one. You guys see that? So I do this, right? And I would have to update which file? List item, right? And what would I update here? Yep. And I would pass what? Right? And then I could be like, all right, this dot index equals to index, right? That's it. Fair? And then now I don't have to touch to-do list at all because I'm passing in the instance, right? But in to-do item, what would I do? Am I done, or do I still have less things left? In here, not in refresh process. In here, I have to pass in an extra object, right? So, like, remember if you look at the to-do input, if you look here, where is that? Oh, here it is. Like, you see what we do? Like, in our update value, we pass in the name of the action and then what? What is that? And an object where we pass in the extra info. So what information are we passing in? I want you to tell me out loud, like verbalize it.
The new text.
The new text that we want to add as a list item, right? So that's the extra prop that we pass in, right? And this correlates, if you look at the actions, the additional props, right? Is that clear? So so if you look at the, sorry, let's take a look at our dispatcher actually. It takes the name of the action and the props, right? So in to-do input, the name of the action is input entered, and the props is exactly. How the fuck is this working? Right? Input entered? That's weird. Oh, wait, yeah. How is this working? That's interesting. God damn it. Oh, okay, it's mad about something now, so that's good. I got my fucking. That is awesome. I have no idea what's happening right there. Right? Like, it shouldn't be. Okay.
You got create, to do, and then.
Great, yeah. So what do I have here? So first of all, let's take a look at what's going on here.
Are you confused about why it's working?
Because, well, here, let me just fucking make shit. Do input unexpected token. Oh yeah, okay, I understand that. Line 7 and to do input. Let's just fix that real quick. Hold on. So the reason why I'm confused is because of this. What action am I dispatching here? But the action is create to do, right? So let's see. Is it even coming up? Let's debug console.log here, right? See what's going on. How the fuck is that working? Okay, there you go. So it did throw an error. So maybe it was, I don't know why the hell it was working before, but okay, that makes sense. I'm gonna change this to create to do as it should be. Sorry. But now it should work theoretically. Let's find out. Okay. Better. Actions at. Oh shit. I know what's going on. Fuck you, GitHub. No, I got actions here. Let's go to index. Yeah. Actions are here. Actions are here. Oh, it just didn't. I bet it didn't just refresh. There we go. Oh, did you guys see that? Okay, and now we're good. Did you guys see my box? Let me show you my box. I made a box, guys. Hold up. Why? Box? Hold up. Whatever, man. Check it out.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I made a box.
Every time I messed up.
Yeah.
Oh. All CSS. Just saying. All right. Anyway, moving on. You take a look at my CSS to find out how I did it. All right. So now that we have that, right, what we got to do is if we go back to our to-do item, we're passing in an additional props, right? Which is going to be what? The index, right? So here's our data. So we can say this dot data dot what? Anyone? Someone said it, right? Well, here, let's take a look at what our, so why did we make this change? Yeah. Right? Is that clear? So what we did is when we create our to-do list, we pass in the index so that we can pass it back this way. Right? So now if we're saying delete to do and which to do to delete. Is that fair? So now tell me what test I could do to see if it's working properly. I mean, I have to add some code too, but if I have the index, right? How can I tell if this is working properly? The index and the, okay, fine, we can do that. So I think what John was saying is that in the delete to do console.log the index, right? To see that I'm getting, okay, fine, that's fair. So let's do that. I'm gonna go back to my reducer, and you see it's kind of crazy because you have to like touch 5 different files to make one feature happen, right? What's up?
This is only convenient that you have a lot of different folder, but
It's
easy to read it.
yeah, it's like short and concise, very easy, and you could break it. It's very like modular, right? So if you look here though, guess what's up, right? You.
Oh.
Yeah, you got what's up. Yeah, there you go. I got the buy-in.
Fuck yeah. That's all I'm going for. I just want to convince you guys.
This fucking
What's up?
This guy's fucking whole head.
Oh,
I can get confident as hell.
sounds like a personal problem, my friend. Yep. Sorry.
Oh, you're saying that file.
This you're talking about this guy, right? Yeah, and you're saying I can do what now?
I'm just curious where you're passing the index.
Okay,
Is it in the constructor on the queue? Yeah.
it's right here. You see that or no? I'm not sure what you're asking. Sorry.
Use that line.
12.
Oh,
Okay, got it.
So what I'm doing is create new to do. I know exactly where it's gonna live, right? Because it's always gonna add to the end. So I say, okay, I'll create new like to do. I grab the to-dos from the store, the old version of the store. I grab the text of the new one. I create a new to-do list item object or list item object, as I called it, where I pass in the text and the index. And then that is what gets added to my store, and that's what shows up. Fair?
Yeah.
And then the other part was, oh, I guess you guys can do that. All right. So now I can do this, right? In here, if I were to go and hit refresh, it's not showing up yet. So let me try one more time. Come on, buddy. Dispatching A, I get here. Where you at, my friend? Actions. Oh yeah, I have to do this. If I were to hit this, reducer, right? I think it broke again though. Hold on. Yeah, it's mad at me. Are you mad, bro? Didn't I just fix that? I think Sublime's doing some weird shit to me right now. Right? I just fixed that, didn't I? What the fuck?
If you have that ransomware. That's where it starts.
There you go, now I built. Whatever, man. Fuck you. Hurry up. All right, so let's try it again. I do that. Boom, index 0. Right? Or if I were to, if I do A, B, C, and D. If I hit B, what do I expect the index to be? Huh. Fair? If I hit D, what do I expect the index to be? But I haven't updated because I didn't update my store, right? So do you see that? So that's where so that's a good example of why we want to like always clone it, right? But let's go back. So we verified that it's working. So the next step is to actually go ahead and update my to-do list, right? How would I do it? Anyone?
You store it from where? In the delete to do or?
Yeah, in the delete to-do, because that's what I'm working on, right? I'm trying to delete it. And my question is, how do I get rid of one item from my to-do list? If you don't know, what can you do? We can't do concat because that only adds, right? Here I'm trying to remove. I could do slice, I could do a filter, and this is the case where I could do a filter. There's a bunch of stuff I could do, right? I'll do a filter because I don't have to look that up. So, you guys ever seen a filter?
Yeah.
How's it work? Yeah. And then, how many arguments? Mm-hmm. Current item and index, right? Yep, that's why we're doing it. Index. And how does it work? I return a condition, right? And if the condition is true, then it gets added to my new array. If it's false, it doesn't. So watch this. If I have an array where I have, let's say, A, B, A, and C, right? And I do dot a filter with like value, let's say, right? So if I do return val equals A, what will my array be? It'll be an array of just A. So it's gonna go to the first one, A. So in this case, the first item in this array is A, right? Does A equal to A?
Yeah.
So the array will be, okay, A so far. Does B equal to A?
No.
Skip. Does A equal to A? Does A equal to A? Yes. Does C equal to A? No. So you're done. You have a new array of 3 items. Now, if I did val is not equal to A, then what would it be? Yeah, that's it. You see? That's exactly what we need, right? So I would do what here? Props.index, right? Or if I want, I could do this. I can say const. I think it's old index is index. To show you another thing we could do, right? So, like, you know how you can do import something as like something? If you want to destructure with a new name, I believe this is how you do it. Or the other way around, but we'll find out. What's up? Yeah. So now, let's see if it works. The computer, stop being so goddamn slow, man. All right, look, it built. A, B. If I get rid of B, I expect it to go away, right?
Because you did the prompts, you're supposed to do the prompt, I think. All index.
Okay.
No, is index not equal to all index? No, not there. Down.
No, I think it's this. It's just this. Watch. Okay, so here's what I'm saying. I'm saying if I have like this, right? Const foo equals to index 1, right? Const old index equals to foo, and what does that give me? Aha. So I gotta do it the other way around. So I gotta do. Yep. So like this is the actual name, and this is the new name I want to give it. And then if I do old index, it should give me 1. That was the mistake. I just want to show you guys. I mean, I just want to show you all the different ways you can use destructuring. So that's the point here. But you can pull out and rename it to old index. So now in here, this is referring to the index of each of the to-do list items, and old index is the one that we want to filter out. It should work. Worked, didn't it?
Yeah.
But it looks like this piece did not update, so we gotta see what's going on there. But the other part, though, at least we got it deleting, right? It's just that it only deletes once. You see that? I mean, that one worked, but then that one doesn't. Something's going on there. You see? I figured it out. But at the very least, like bug, everything else works, right? Yes. We have the index. We're able to remove it, and so that completes the loop, right? So again, you click on the X, it dispatches a hey, please delete, and what to delete, what index to delete. Having done that, what it does is it goes to the actions. It tracks out which one to delete, or it tracks out which function to call. This function is what defines how to achieve the result you want with the action. It returns a new object which redraws itself. That's Flux, right? So if I were to ask you, hey, please create another action where if you click on the to-do item, it will mark it completed, not deleted, but completed. You would take the same approach, but now you might want to define a new variable. You know, is complete or not. You're gonna have to add a new action, a new function in the reducer, and all that stuff again. And the only real place we have to think is in the implementation of your reducer function, which defines how the data has to change to reflect the new thing that you want. Does that make sense? So it's like 98% copying, 2% actually thinking through how to make this thing work. Right? Like the action piece, the dispatch piece, all that should always be the same. Let's debug this fucker. So I have a feeling the issue is in here. Let's take a look at to-do list.js. What am I doing? I'm creating a new one, refresh props, new props.map. Oh, I know why. It's because I'm doing a filter. I should not be doing a filter. I should be. So what's happening is, even though I'm removing that array, that item in the array, I'm not updating the other item. So it's still the old object, which has the old index. So I have to completely recreate this array. So I could do something like that. I could say const new to-dos equals to this. And then I would do for old to-do of to-dos, right? For of loop. And I would say, okay, if old to-do dot index, right, equals to old index, then continue. That means don't do anything. Otherwise, new to-dos dot push old to-do. And actually, you know what? I shouldn't do this. It should be a regular, because I need the index, right? So let I equal 0. I is less than to-dos dot length. I plus plus. Const old to-do equals to to-dos of I. And what I want to do here is this. I want to say old to-do dot index equals to I, and that'll do it. So I have to update the index property inside my list item itself. It would. It looks like mines are blown. I don't want to push it too hard, which is why I'm trying to like rely on like for loop, right? Which you guys should like know, right? So I'm going through each of these to-dos. I'm basically rebuilding the filter, but more explicitly because I need to do a very specific thing, right? And what I'm doing here is I'm just saying, I mean, I could have just done it here too, but I didn't want to. Is I'm saying, okay, if the index of the old to-do equals to the index that I want to get rid of, don't do anything. Don't push it to the new array. Like, fuck that. Otherwise, keep at it, right? But even that actually won't work because what that's going to do is now this I will still be blank, right? Because like when I skipped it, the I is just still going to increment, right? So really what I should do is go back to what I had before and do something like this. Old to-do of to-dos. And I could do like let I equal to 0 here. And
I need a counter anyway.
Yeah, I need a counter anyway. Unfortunately, I was trying to like avoid it.
I only said that because when I was showing you before, they did that.
You said something. I'm sorry. I didn't-
Well,
Like,
I
when did you
showed
say it?
before,
Okay.
I was looking at before the Facebook post,
Yeah.
they use the counter.
Yeah. I mean, we could just do it in reduce too, but fuck it. Is that fair? Or we could just create a new one every time, like whatever, right? It doesn't make a difference. But like if you do it this way, I'm pretty sure it'll work because now the problem was that after you got rid of it, all the other ones did not update, and this should update it every time. So if I were to just take a look at it now, I'm pretty sure it would work. Assuming it builds. Let me see. Looks like it built. All right, ready? A, B, C. Get rid of this. All to do is not defined, which is fine. So line 528. Oh, sorry. Const. Forgot how to do for other loops, Mobby. Yep. Okay. Now it works. See, because we successfully recreated. Right, so I do B, C, D, E, F. I can be like, all right, you know, get rid of B, get rid of E, get rid of C, A, you know, whatever. You see, because now at every step, I am re-updating the index. So actually, that was probably a poor way of doing it. Like we should have just passed it in the math itself. So instead of touching the to-do input, the to-do item and the list item, if we just touch to-do list, it might have actually. But there you have it. All right. So the important thing is that the implementation details will always change based on what you're trying to do, but you got to make sure that you are familiar with and comfortable with the flux pattern, right? Which is the act of creating actions. Those actions should always return a function that takes the old state and updates and returns to you a new state. And all of your inputs. What are you doing?
He's writing it, copying it.
I mean, it's stored in the video. Anyway, and then what you got to do is in your views should only dispatch actions with properties, and the only part where you have to think is in the reducer, because that's where you define how the data is updating itself. And again, assuming you have your flux set up properly, it doesn't matter if you use my version, if you use Redux, if you use like Alto or Facebook's Flux or whatever. If you set up Flux properly, if you define the logic within the reducer to update your data, it should just look like re-render across the board. You might have to update your views to like, you know, account for the fact that something is gone now, so it should be gray or some shit. But that's really as far as you should go. And you should never ever update the data itself within your view.
At what point did you introduce reducers?
It's like Thursday, right? I'm talking to these guys. I'm calling these guys like producers. Like the to do and yeah. Hey, so here's someone. Like define for me what is a producer.
I was gonna ask you that. Why would you throw out
Yeah.
Like, I just fucking defined it. Come on. Yeah, what is a reducer?
Reducer is
Yeah, say it in the way I'm gonna understand, because I don't know.
It takes one argument and returns the same being joint, and it takes the same thing and returns the same thing.
That's
Right,
not
but
words.
makes an update to it, right?
That is the same.
Why are you accepting that? I don't understand what the hell that
Take the
means.
whole stage about
It takes what and gives what?
I understood it.
It takes all right.
I would.
it takes the whole stage.
And returns a new object that
It
represents
just
the
changes.
state
It's just a function that changes the state. With one argument.
of your data. Well, two arguments, right?
I mean,
It's
that's
the old
acceptable.
state and then the prop.
Pay
That's
attention.
acceptable.
Stop watching 2 minutes on YouTube classes.
Actions are more like, hey, this is changing, but reducers kind of go through the process of how it has changed states.
At what point does the reducer get called? In the view and the store, at what point does that
The
get called?
actions.
Word. And how does the action? What calls the action? Dispatcher. And what dispatches things? The view, right? But all it does is dispatch. It just says, here's the thing that happened. Here's some data. That's it, right? That's not bad.
Here's the thing, guys. So we'll let go a little early today just because.
That's Mother's Day.
It's Mother's
Say
Day.
it,
Yeah,
say it,
yeah.
say it, say it.
Mother's Day,
This is Mother's Day.
I mean, if you want to stick around, I can talk more about all this stuff.
You know, Todd can't sell. Oh, are you doing? I'm gonna say you.
I know, Mom. I took care of it. I'm good, man. I don't. Yeah, but
No,
anyway.
I was saying like he's about to go home. Like, you think he doesn't have to like bake cake for the wifey?
Yeah, wrong day.
Let's try to see.
It's not saying. I look forward to that kind of stuff though.
What?
Like when my wife has a kid or whatever, like I'm gonna wake up early,
I got it.
breakfast in bed, foot
Yeah,
massages, like I'm gonna go all out.
It's a big
It's
one,
your big one.
I hate breakfast.
Nah, I ain't
Yo,
explaining
wait,
shit. This whole
forgot.
class fucked me up.
Alright, so
I came in here thinking,
No, we're
Kids
supposed to
be
do an
ready.
I
Oz's
came in here
one.
ready. and it's-
It's just a
fucked my whole
curveball.
head up.
All right. Well, I mean, so here's the thing. If your head is fucked up, what do you do?
I'm gonna rewatch the video.
It's
No, screw the video. Just you can read code now, right?
Yeah,
You
yeah,
just read through
that's
the
why
code.
I want-
Like I would walk through each, like the way you debug. The whole point of Flux, like the reason why it's useful is that it's very easy to walk through all the steps, right? And the thing is, like you don't have to know how to recreate Flux itself. I did that as an exercise to kind of just make the point. This is
Yeah, I'm not even recording it.
he's recording himself. He's recording it.
Guys. Listen, could y'all say we love you, Bob, at the same time?
No.
Come on, come on. 1, 2, 3.
We hate you, Baba.
Hey, Baba. Happy Mother's Day, Baba. Wait, you talking about getting the foot massages and stuff, right?
No, for my future wife.
Ah, understood. Yo, okay, so guys, like some parting like remarks. I'll be around, but in general, I would say if you want to go through this, just go from view and work backwards, right? Start like if you want to like, oh, how does the user add a to do? Well, you gotta look at the to do input because that's what for the first place you start. What does that do? Oh, it will dispatch something. What does that do? And just work back that way until you can explain to yourself, make the case that you know exactly what's happening from which piece to which piece to which piece. The ultimate thing is that it's just code and you know how to read code, right? And the idea is I'm gonna give you guys a few more practice problems maybe on Tuesday, and then assuming if I'm certain that everyone is comfortable and I think everyone has this understood, then and only then will we move on to React, okay? All right, do you have any questions? Yeah, what up?
Actions to dispatcher.
What's up?
Views and actions to dispatcher.
The view will just call the dispatcher with a string. The actions are the ones that match that string to an actual reducer function that it calls. So if you didn't have any actions at all, as long as your dispatcher is defined, it will dispatch the like that string. And if you don't have any actions, it doesn't do anything. And if you have an action, it'll work. That's it.
Yeah.
Right? So it's not tightly bound at all because if it doesn't exist, who gives a shit?
No, I'm not.
I will commit all this. Right?
They had like.
Well, I have to talk to
almost
Todd.
like we have.
Yeah. I'm gonna hop on the.
Do something, so different diagram.
Yeah, I know. They go from. So I know what they do. They have the view, then the store, then the dispatcher, then the action, right? And then in the action they have coming. It's a loop. It doesn't matter what order you do it in, right?
But that's why I said views and actions to well, I don't know. Views and actions to dispatcher.
No, but this one says dispatch sends goes to the store.
Right, but isn't that
No,
what?
you got dispatch store to action.
And then where does it end up?
To the store, but that's not the chain. So
It-
it doesn't matter what the.
It's one direction, right? I mean,
No, this is a completely different direction than what you have.
all right, you can take a look at that. I mean, you still working, right? I don't know what you want from me.
Yeah.
They're wrong. So this is dispatch goes to action. This says action goes to dispatch. It's different.
But what they're saying is that if you look at the code, right, there's the view is calling a dispatch, which passes in a string, right, the action type, right, and then that will, and so a dispatch is being called with an action type. Is that not what's happening here?
The docs he's looking at, the way that they're written, it's not by calls, it's by feet. That's what's confusing about those docs. It's like the action. Instead of like, to me.
Well, what's really happening is that a dispatcher function is being called, right, and it's gonna go end up at an object.
I think that's what it is. I think of things by calling, but those docs are talking about like
The action is being fetched to the dispatcher, and then the dispatcher is like matching a storage, right?
That's why the docs were confusing.
Just to the.
I mean, if you look at the code, it's like, it's almost exactly the same thing, but a little bit more like
From on the
written out.
40 minutes.
It's just the way of writing.
Yeah.
One way of writing is like this, the other way of writing is like this. It's just convention of how you describe something happening.
Actually, are people coming down?
I mean, I think the most important piece of Flux is the fact that you have separation of
They go
concerns.
into Brook?
You separate out the view from the action, from the data.
Yeah, and the loop is still there.
Yeah. Well, even if viewing like direction doesn't really like matter so much. Yes, maybe.
Yeah. The 4, 5.
Even like.
All right, you guys can leave if you want. I'll commit all this. I'll commit all this. Yeah. I'll take it around. By the way, if you haven't sent me anything about the final project, please let me know. I would like Slack me. Yeah.
Send you. I have a
Yeah,
question.
I'll get back to you guys at some point this week, and if you wanna like brainstorm, we can do that too. Right? But I need your ideas in on Slack today. By today. Yeah. Please send it anyway. Just yeah. Even if it could be informal. It doesn't have to be in the grade. Like here's what I'm planning on doing. No 3-page PDF. But the thing is that I don't want you to
I need a
change
whole
it
video.
after today.
What happened?
I did like a whole video.
That's awesome.
Crowdfunding.
We gotta talk. Does anyone else want to talk about final projects?
I'll talk about it.
I'll talk about it, but I'll put it on.
Can I go first? My mom's
Yeah, we'll see
here.
if it makes sense today. Actually, just because it is Mother's Day, I probably got these, but
Sorry.
let me talk. I mean, it's more important to talk to these guys about that. And besides, you had your chance, bro. I stuck around. You didn't show up, so I don't know what you want.
Money work.
What's up? I already gave you twice as much.
Seriously, I
Like,
that would have been
I
embarrassing.
usually match. My outfits usually match women. I've almost never matched with a guy, except
That means you have fabulous style.
Yeah,
That's fine. Let me go for it right now.
I do
Unlike
dress.
some
And then
people.
Alina. And
Yeah,
then
my mom's here.
Oh, your mom's here?
Many people I've dated, I've done their wardrobe. Not because I wanted to, more because they don't care about shopping.
Yeah.
So I'm like,
All right.
I got you.
Do the wardrobe of the guy I've been seeing. Like he'll pick me. Sometimes he dresses really sharp, but that's just like totally random, arbitrary luck. Because sometimes he picks me up and I'm like, I want to say like,
All right.
I'm not
So
like I'm
people are
the
able to
fashion icon, but I'm literally like, how do I get out of this state?
Update their own stuff, right?
Correct.
So,
Yep.
okay.
Alright, cool.
All right. So I think that's a fine thing. Yeah, I think that you might wanna. We'll think about it a little bit and see if there's anything to do like.
If there are like short.
It feels like Pinterest to me.
It's like.
You know what I mean? Like.
There needs like, you probably don't use design for it.
Okay.
But yeah.
Okay.
Some
Well,
kind of
so.
like, where you can also like write it down.
Okay, so we can, so we can go from there, right? Like maybe it doesn't have to have your own OB. Maybe you can use an API, Firebase or something to like
Yeah.
consolidate or something. So we'll
I
talk
would
about
love to talk about, yeah, making everything a little bit more.
Yeah, so like, yeah, okay, we can do that. Alright, so yeah, we can maybe do something like it aggregates Tumblr, Pinterest, and other stuff into one place, so you can go and see all the shit.
Ah, okay.
Right,
Rather
okay,
than
so
from
we'll talk about
scratch, okay.
So yeah, because yeah, I think that makes more sense. And also, I don't like people who want, you know what I mean? Like, whereas that seems like a good value prop to me, and it's interesting, and you're still gonna be, yeah. So okay, so that's fine. And just Hit me up so you try to schedule, so we'll like talk about it.
Thanks, guys. Thanks, Brittany.
I feel like Walmart.
Yeah. It'll have to be user based, so it
Yeah.
can, but
Everybody's
like,
outside.
it can be like it's a wage for
Oh,
that's how wage works,
nobody's at Walmart.
right? So it could be something like,
Unless you're cheap as fuck and you can get your money.
yeah, no, I'm saying the ways it's user space.
Did you start your
So
final?
as in like users say, I'm a traffic, right?
Do you
So
have an
like,
idea?
like you can.
Are all your ideas done?
I wonder if you could do something
Mine are
like,
it's fine.
yeah, so it could be something like,
What did you want to do?
if you do it,
Yeah.
if you think about the broadcast, that, hey, you're about to go to a spot. And then if there's anyone nearby that's
Really
like, hey,
think about
post about I'm coming.
Value.
And it's kind of like, it's like a karma kind of thing, right? And then like they come through and you leave, right? And if we do as simple as that, it's pretty cool. And then people can search for people who are broadcasting, and it's like maybe 3 or 4 API endpoints, and that makes sense. But that's a cool idea. Solid. Yo, who's next? Paul, you next? All right.
Hey, guys. Thanks, Brittany.
What's up, man?
Pizza is not down.
Damn. Wow.
Yeah, get to the
But it is out of here.
It's been a long time.
Yeah, Holland shit,
Little
Hey.
What were we talking about before that? Do you remember?
Oh, we got to get up so I can. Oh, man, I get one of those, bro. You got that at the meetup you got there, bro?
So, and you talk about the thing. See, the problem is, so.
I'm
the coding
fucking
thing is
frustrated as
basically
fuck right now.
Yeah? This shit got you like that?
Nah, this shit fucked me all up.
The other
I'm
one is basically-
like,
Person almost hit me with the door?
this shit got me in a bad mood, yo.
Sorry. I get it. Yeah.
Oh, word?
Flower.
Oh,
See the tone of how you're writing, because they can analyze like what kind of.
Just here.
Okay. So.
Yeah, enjoy.
Alright, that's interesting. Maybe it could be.
Gonna make it take over the world.
The one with that, I wonder if we could do something with like this medium itself. Like maybe what it is that it's like a better like recommendation tool for Medium, where or it's something like as you type, as you write, it analyzes tone and shit, and then it tries to find similar authors. But then that kind of goes with movie. Okay, so either a better writing tool or a better educate like tool for learning how to code, right? Of 2000. That you want to focus on.
Or there's something you think.
Over to the right?
Like that. When I spend that time looking at past week.
All right, I got it. What was I talking to? I was trying to tell it to him, but he wasn't. He was minor. If you could do something like, it's an app where like a bunch of people can sign up for an online course together, but it's like a online study group where they can motivate each other and like work on problems together. So it's kind of like Slack, but really focused. So it's like, okay, when you take a Coursera course, and you guys set on schedule. You're always going to check in and study group every like Monday night for 3 hours. And then if one person's late, they get a text, a change, some shit like that.
I was looking into something like that. Coursera recently, they have an API now.
You can even
Signed up for it, but I haven't
But
checked it out yet.
you don't even need the API, right? Like it could be something like initially it could just be like, okay, like me, you, and him, we're going to take a machine learning course, right? So we say, all right, well we know the homework is due, every Friday at 5 p.m. So we're gonna meet Thursday night at 8 p.m. on Friday. And so like if you don't check in, or if you like extract your activity like within this app, and if you're not there at 8, you're not checked in, then it will like do something. A way to like motivate each other, right? And then something similar to that, and maybe like you can build a way to like pull in, of course, even if the API doesn't exist, like if you put in like a link or something, it's something that just pulls in information or something like that. So that's kind of like where you're going for, whether it's like, or if you don't do that, you could probably do something like you can do some sort of app where you follow people and if they recommend a learning group. So like, let's put you write a great article on ES6 spread operators. You can be like, this is great for ES6 spread operators, and then with your followers will see that and say, oh, well, Paul recommended this. So
On
I'm
Sundays.
gonna learn about spread operators.
But I remember what you said.
Worst idea ever.
And you do stuff where it pulls in like content and all that, and it puts it in a nice way. You can access it offline, things like that.
Worst idea you could ever have.
Right? I would use
Oh, wait,
both
it's
for
all
a school. Now, let's see.
I'm at Max's.
The other thing you could probably do is like you build something where it stores. It's an app which can store snippets of code that you think is useful or cool that other people can also see, and they can upvote or downvote it. So it's kind of like Reddit for bits and pieces of code, right? So it could be like, oh, here's a great way to like take a function, turn it into a promise, right? And then if like 5 people upvote it, okay, this is probably so. Now you can just kind of browse and discover. It's like a way to like discover stuff.
To see if the code, to see what the code does.
Yeah, you can also. I mean, if it's JavaScript, it's fucking easy, right? You can just like put funny in a sandbox iframe and you're good. How about that? So there's 3 ideas for you. Pick one.
So, I have 2 ideas. I'm not sure which one I go. If I want to break,
Johnny, about to tell me about your Pornhub project?
What?
You almost raised the party using the Pornhub API.
What?
The Pornhub API?
I know they had an API. I guess it makes sense.
You almost tell me about it.
It's confusion.
That Bob was the one who wants to build it.
Well, no.
He's like, no. I need a new test because he already did it.
Yeah.
so I in 2 ideas. I'm not sure which one goes. So
We property index of undefined.
So we go to page.
Why you mad, bro?
Food, and you just do like and just picture of food. So the rest I'm gonna put the food or some people, and then
for it to make it complicated, I reached out to
location you're gonna find
and the
cool
YouTube
spot
API.
and the description. You know, so a lot of people have
New York Times
and it's gonna use your
and
location to find
the
out.
user can search for a
pictures,
word, any
that's all
keyword,
what's wrong.
and then search YouTube for all relevant
Keyword.
videos, like
And
World War
description,
II
and
or
also
Japan or
you
whatever,
know, the
and then it
top,
also reach out to the
like-
New York Times.
like
Yeah, all the relevant
legal
people vote,
most popular,
and then you can filter that by state.
list of most
So if you
popular,
type in something
Okay.
like
close to
Japan, you go to
Some of the other ones.
1945. There's a lot of
the
articles
other one is like
about World War II and what Japan was
Videos?
doing, and there's videos similar to that.
like, you know,
Open table.
But it
something
just,
like this.
I was expecting it to be harder,
So
but it
we
was,
just
I was that
like
good.
really easy. A lot of
Another 3 days.
people have their own website, but they don't.
So like the whole week, everybody was stressing.
So
This not working. I was just like,
You
man,
can
this
do
class,
it.
like,
You can do
Honestly,
that.
you know what?
What's
I
it-
was
what's
the
it
first
teach
day.
you?
I think the first day is fucking great.
I
You tell
I
me.
didn't want to do it.
So I think what you can do is this. Just create menus or yeah, I don't know. But no, I'm going after.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, I will definitely like with the crap out of it. You can create something where okay, use your like your location, find restaurants near you, scrapes it through menu pages, and maybe either finds pictures.
Instagram, a lot of pictures.
Sure, so maybe through Instagram, right? Find all these pictures, and then what happens is we create. So people, I'm thinking about it as a way I would do this. I want to eat something. I'm hungry. I don't know what to eat.
In my head, I'm gonna
Pull it out
say,
and
you gotta
say,
like, but
something
each
was
project
nearby,
you come up with
and
your
instead
own
of showing
project
you
each step away.
Be like
Because when you
restaurants
did
and
it,
stuff.
first project was
It's a much
second project
easier way to
second project,
get into, you know what I mean? Like I can see a picture of myself, like, fucking water, right? And so then you can left or right, like or not. And then what you do is,
build
like,
this, and once you
don't
get
like
it, you
it,
better, what
like
if
you
you
want
want
it,
that?
it shows you something else, like
Yeah.
whatever, right?
It's
like
not
it,
just
yeah.
name, it's just random.
Exactly.
Find it.
Exactly, but the hard part is
Or
if
waste
you
it
do
on what
pictures,
you wanna
it's
waste
the
it on.
hard because
That's also
there's a lot of categorization.
Yeah.
But if you
I'm
do
gonna-
pictures and you don't care about the type, it just shows you random pictures, you say yes or no,
Yeah.
and it shows you something else. For V1, that makes sense. And V2, if it gets popular, restaurants can actually tell you, here are pictures, and then you can do something.
Yeah.
But for V1, I think if you just say, okay, I'm here, there's a Sophie's, there's this, this, and this, and you grab their Instagram picture, then you just show, they can say like or not,
You guys are
and it can
doing-
just show a picture, the food, the price, and how to get it.
Yeah.
Done. And that,
Technically,
I would
the
use
price
that.
All at the price also.
or if not there, like who cares, right?
Yeah.
But
Also,
and if you want, you can also add filters like, okay, we want cheap, you want Mexican, you want whatever, and you can
I'll
figure.
just add filter for the price. That's it.
Sure, sure. And if you do that, there should be an app, by the way. It should not.
Yeah. So no, it's gonna be web page and it's gonna be app also on the phone. So it's gonna be page like
Perfect. Okay, I would say build the mobile first.
mobile first.
Always mobile. Yeah, make it mobile first. And if you were to build it, like, I would use that, man. It's a pretty cool idea.
Another thing that have you ever used Mailpop? Something like this, but it's a bit different. So Mailpop is like, you order the food the day before, it's cheap, then you just go to the restaurant, walk in your lunchtime and pick up, it's like 1,000 or something ahead. But something like this, so and if like same app, but regular people can cook and they just put the picture, description.
I would say, for now, start off with like the restaurant thing. I think it's cool. And then like the other, like those require people and all sorts of other things. Whereas this is something that is useful, cool, people fucking use it, right? And it's not super hard. It's hard enough that you gotta like think about it a little bit. I think you should use React Native. You should use an app, but it's not like super impossible. It's cool. It's cool idea.
What about
Set on that day.
I will. Here, I'll share right now. But like,
and
I can help you.
resources?
Yeah, of course.
One of you have enough time for awesome UI.
Take a look at that. It's JavaScript, right? So just. And if you could Slack me that we just said,
yeah,
I will save it. All right, cool. Fuck shit up. Nice. Jim?
Okay, so we have to actually
Pick it up,
mobile
drop it,
first,
pick it up, drop it again.
Yep.
Come back in and swole. Dump the bridge on his head.
Good stuff. Yo, it's a cool idea, man. I'm excited to see that.
We love to explore new places, eat food is why.
Yeah. Yo,
And
yo, what's
also
next?
it would be cool to add, I would think to add comment to it, because some people already, tried it and well, they will
Right. Oh yeah. So
add like, stars.
well, one thing you could do after the fact, if you really want, is you can make it so that instead of it being like
Actually, let me show you guys.
instead of it being just random restaurants, it could be places that your friends went to nearby, and it'll show those. So it's like it's recommended by people that you know, and I think that adds one more a new level of personalization. That's later. All right, I think that's great, man. Good stuff.
I would select it.
Yeah, at some point. I mean, I'll remember for this part.
Have a good one, guys.
Cheers.
See you.
Yeah, this place kind of does what I was looking. The snippet thing was cool because I actually would need them. There's way too many bookmarks.
Yeah, I know you're talking about. This is the one that does like just box. So I've seen it. It's all right, but I think what will be different about.
No, good.
Oh.
Just for it's where is it? I think this is it, right? Yeah, all courses.
Go to a feud. Super quick.
Feud?
Front-end development.
Where?
Front end web development.
Am I blind?
Down. Yep, up.
Front.
Oh.
There you go. And go to NYC.
What is this mean?
This is what I was telling you guys. You guys to get like inspiration.
Scroll down a little bit. I wonder if there's any of my old students on. All right, scroll down. Push it up. Hold on. Right there. Roll of time. Look what my students made. Scroll down.
Just keep scrolling or go to.
Keep going. It was alright. That's the only one that they have up. Oh, there's more. There was a time when like half of these were students. The one with the water, my students made.
Which one?
That one.
This?
No, below your body, water. Yeah, it's all right. The one world hipsters, my student made. Keep going. The FET, my student made. Translate Me, my student made. Case Rails, my student made. And personal landing page, my student made.
Yeah, but like basically like if you guys really do get stuck on ideas, you don't have to copy what people are doing, but just grab ideas from here, grab and like you come up with your own idea.
Oh, I think like you should most people solve it. Pretty legit project.
Oh no, if you have your own idea, that's
Yeah,
but
but yeah,
like,
it's a good point. Yeah, but
yeah.
don't look at the like WDI. That's probably what you want.
yeah, that's what I was
Right?
going
These-
for.
These are simpler. Yeah. All right. Anyway,
Anyways, some
sure.
place to get ideas.
yeah. All right. So yeah, like the thing with the snippet, if you make it so it's like my friends or something, you know what I mean? Because then like a teacher, like I could create like a class and share shit. You know what I mean? Or you could share and then you got follow
Guys,
your friends.
And also
Wait.
this, that site, it looks like it's more in terms of like GitHub where you can see the code and it raw. There's no connection to actually see it working, see what it does.
Right. So you can add like little just call it, or it can like link to JS Fiddle or some shit like that, and then you can make it run. That would be so. If that's something like I would use it. I mean, so if you want to build that, I mean, and that's like sufficiently tough, and you can still get your like you want it to be on the phone and stuff like that. Maybe you can play around with it.
Depending on how things go, I think a little Chrome extension would be nice.
To save
Yeah.
as well, yeah, I agree. That would be pretty cool.
And that'd save a lot of bookmarking and we actually organized.
And then if you do if you try to think around how to search with it, or search, I could really good too. Like tags, auto. I would say start small.
Yeah,
Build
of course.
small, and build on top.
Yeah, I wanted something useful.
Oh, useful. I use it. Boy's still dead. All right. So who's next? Us. All right.
Oh, I was gonna say that. So my wife's phone broke. That's why she got that one. Because we were just like, fuck it, let's just go to T-Mobile.
Brainstorming.
Switch to T-Mobile, get you that phone.
All right.
And
Adam,
2
do you
weeks
have any
later,
questions for me still,
because
or-
of Sprint, now T-Mobile is doing buy one get one.
Oh.
So for the same exact amount of
What was
money I
your birthday
paid,
again?
I could have got
Yeah.
a second phone.
Damn.
I called. They're like, nah,
Right. Yeah.
I don't
Right,
qualify
right,
for
right.
it. Because you know how when you're in the window, when you just bought some, and you're in that.
we were talking about
For phones, the window is only 2 weeks.
Yes.
So I'm just outside. That sucks.
Damn.
You know, like when you're like, for the same money I paid, I could have gotten an extra phone for free. That hurts.
That's
Like,
Well,
even if I
no,
don't
make
need
it-
to upgrade,
Because I mean, like you
the
can
same
add
money I
like
paid.
geolocation-based searches for it.
Anyways.
But the thing is, like, you're making an API, right? I think what's interesting about it is, like, again,
Sorry,
I wanted
you all
everyone
set?
to try to do something slightly like,
think so.
different, like just not a normal web app, and that's not a normal web app, right?
What
And
I'm
you
thinking
can
of,
do
you know,
some,
you ever seen
like,
like
you can
code
add
pieces that you
search,
like, you might bookmark
you can add
it, it
the
looks useful,
ability
blah, blah, blah.
to
Some kind of site where you
Nation
actually
for
get to
science,
save and organize
name
all your snippets that you might
for
use.
vision,
Like,
for
oh, these are
data,
cool
obviously,
loaders, these are cool
for
this, that, blah,
country.
blah.
So,
You can also have a bit of a
right.
user
So, like, I mean,
thing, so
in
like
terms of
top
making
finds
it
a good
like
number
technically
of
challenging,
resources.
there's no
You can share that with us.
choices that
And
are
it's right there on
easy,
that one
It's just a
side,
matter
all
of,
those
are you
snippets.
still like super
I can
interested?
add
think
in
that
things
the
like
idea of
JS Fiddle
creating an
to actually
API
see it
is
working. So you
really
can like,
interesting,
this is a cool thing.
and
Just
it's
run
not
it.
something that
You
like
can
I
run,
think a
see
lot
what
of
it
other
does
people
over
do
here.
well. And
You
in
can
general,
recommend-
if you
and also
just,
people
like-
could like
like, that's
upload,
just a cool
download
thing
stuff,
to,
so you
like,
could be like, oh yeah,
share,
this is cool
right?
as shit. Everybody check this out. Things like that.
Right, and
Because I
that's
feel
it, right? So
a lot of
I
us
think like that could be
bookmark
really interesting,
things
and
when we
then
see it.
like later on you can
It'd be
even
cool if there was a
expand it to,
nice
like, not just drone
thing to
strike
have it all
data, but
together.
just general,
Nice organized.
well verified
I like
data
that.
on
And it'd be like,
stuff.
and you can also export. So it's
But-
like a
What
easy
was the
way
other
to
thing?
like, yo, these are all the things I've bookmarked or like saved. Export that
Okay.
to anybody.
That's what you
Like,
should do.
yo, you want to see all the loaders? I say,
Some
here you go.
sensors, basically
All the transitions, all the cover arts.
Anything, yeah.
based off of like input sensors.
And to support
Well,
multiple
what kind of
codes.
So
Yeah,
like
so
you might
it
go
supports languages. Yeah, so you can do multiple languages. Yeah.
Okay. Pi doesn't come with a gyroscope.
I was also
Actual copy,
thinking
right? So I'm not sure. Like you'd have
you
to.
could have a Chrome
There's
extension
definitely-
to make it easier to save your code.
To your
Yeah, so
page.
you
No,
can
no, no, yeah,
copy
but-
it, go to your
no, my
thing,
question is that,
paste
like,
it, save.
So it
No,
would
you
have to
just
be
hit
like
that thing,
carried around somewhere, right? Otherwise,
snippet.
so that's one thing. But
Snip
okay,
it,
if you want
snip
to do external sensors, it's fine. I just wonder,
I like it.
like,
I like
if
it.
you do that, that's very broad scope. So I would say,
Yeah.
you know, that's fine. But you would want to really focus and
Just all
two, like
was
you
the
should.
worst.
I mean, I don't know.
Huh?
how
Send
do
stuff to
I work?
Baba.
If I'm trying to
See it for like a week.
probably have that would be a component.
Sure.
Right. Yeah, I can help out to an extent. I mean, like I don't really have an ammeter.
Send
So
from this.
like,
I was at the zoo again, taking pictures. It's a pigeon.
Okay,
That's
you did,
a
okay.
pigeon. It's a fucking pigeon.
Sorry.
You can tell when you see.
Okay,
the
I mean, I don't think we need
They got that
sorry,
little piece of shit part in it.
honestly,
Little
right?
piece of
But and like,
Wow.
you know, male, female, alligator,
I'm on my
split,
photography
yeah.
game, man. I'm getting on it.
Yeah,
I'm
so
getting
I
on it.
mean, the idea is just that.
That's some skills, you know?
Yeah, man.
Well, it's basically, it's really it's data visualization is the end product, and it comes from function data. Specifically, I wanted to actually touch on so you can basically get a different representation of that data based on each shred. Like, because number of turns you take and all these things, and how severe those turns are, changes in altitude, GPS, update. So it's kind of more so, in my mind, a little bit more. It's not terribly utilitarian. It's no real use value. It's
Yeah.
just kind of.
That's right, Alex.
Yeah, it's just more so intentionally just kind of like is really the end result, which is the conversation. Trying to capture that maybe a little bit more participate and like very disconnected from the input. So, but that might just be I think, too large in scope.
It seems it seems too general, really, is what it seems to me. But and also if the end result of the data is like this, like it's cool. But maybe you can consider some other data to pull in to do the visualization, right? Like instead of environmental data or something like that, maybe something else, like noise level, coffee shop or something. You know what I mean? Like something a little bit more where like because like the other thing is like okay, so I feel like the other problem is the iterations for testing is gonna be harder and longer because you have to go out for a fucking ride and you have to ensure that this data is stored on the Pi itself versus if you did something that's more stationary, like even like going on here, you have the Wi-Fi already set, it streams, it stores, and so on.
Well, I actually thought that I would be able to stream the hotspot on my phone.
Yeah, I mean, but then like again, like you don't get because you're driving, right? So you're not gonna get like constant feedback. So I mean, it's doable. It's totally fine. I'm not as excited about that idea, but I think that it's something that you could definitely do. I would say you would probably want to start on the hardware part ASAP.
Yeah.
Because like the end result is still going to be stuff on the web.
Sure.
More so, it's interesting like data source, but it would still have to be something badass on the website. So like the data collection part would have to be done quickly and not as hard, shouldn't be as hardcore. Yeah, but it's what. Just let me know what you choose, and I can probably help you. I can probably help you get the circuit up and running.
Yeah, that's more.
I mean, the Pi is fucking cool, man. It's like it's a great device, but
Yeah, I'm waiting on basically the sensors. So there's that, I think I talked to you about it.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
I ordered equipment that is all pretty ready to go.
From Adafruit.
Spark Fun.
Okay.
So I feel like it's all stuff that will integrate a little quicker versus trying to like incorporate a bunch of drivers and all this weird shit. It's hard work.
Yeah.
Like stuff that's like weird, like C.
Then you gotta make everything work together. Yeah, I mean, it's all on like it's basically the pie is just basically a computer.
But I guess I did find too that Node you can run, I guess, like, I mean, you could run and like return information from other databases.
Right, exactly. Like all you gotta do is just put it into a log file and then your Node.js can, especially if it's not a real time database, which it's not gonna be. Like it doesn't matter. Like you can process your data like whenever you.
Right, and so I was thinking too, is like kind of wait for X amount of data to be received.
And then process it and put it somewhere. Yeah. Yep. So just let me know at some point. Tonight. Jose, you wanna look at it? No, Audrey, huh? So let's see what you got. This is the.
No, I'm just not going for.
Shit, you built this?
No, I'm looking at things
Oh.
I could use. I want to make them like this.
That's one of the fucking thing. Okay.
Yeah, this is
I was QA means that. That's cool. I wasn't saying. Is open source QA service like means that project, okay? Find out how to build a QA service. Alright, question. But the thing is that like so
I don't want to use it. I'm looking at it, so I have
an idea of how it works.
Set this stuff up. Like,
I would argue like if you're gonna do it, like you should do it as a static app. It'll be a lot more useful.
no DB.
No DB. I mean Firebase,
Firebase.
but
I know
no
what you mean,
Express.
yeah. Okay, fine.
Yeah, it could be
And
just
I-
React, Flux,
and I
and
wanted to make it like so, like you said, like you can download it. So okay.
well, so the idea
part that says
the config would be updated.
yeah, that's what I mean. Like
Yeah. So like
plug your stuff in. And then,
I mean you can also do it serverless, so if you still want to have some sort of like a component where you're doing shit, you do serverless, so that means
that's what you meant on static, right?
well so yeah, like so generally you know, can someone charge that too by the way?
You wanna move over here?
Yeah. So the idea is that so like if you absolutely need some backend stuff, like you might want to run a cron job or some shit. Like if it gets to that,
Does this-
you do it.
Where's this go?
Well, if you need to like so. Well, no, the cron job will be like if you run it like every day to see how many people like you're gonna get stats or something. Like for example, Slack will always send me an email every week saying that hey, you know, there's 3,000 like texts. That went out. What they do is they did run a cron job at Thursday night at 12. They said for the last week when we read all the reads to DB, the writes to DB, all that bullshit. You know what I mean? So like that's my thought process there.
I agree with you.
Yeah, but I mean, look, that's look later on. So I think if you do it, like, well, I'm just saying, like, first let's just agree that like maybe it should be a static, right? Is he dead?
Yeah, I think so.
He told me not. He told me wake him up, brother.
Okay. But anyway, so I think if you do it as a static, like what's nice is I could clone it and do it, or I could just create an account and then just have like that account is like a class
okay.
or like a
Okay. I
community,
get
and
what
then
you're saying.
everyone like signs in through that and so forth, right? That could be fucking cool, and it's like a good technical stuff, right?
Yeah, or it'd be better to be able
Both.
to just make.
Do both. You know, right? Because
Okay.
if it's just open
If it's
source,
just a
I can just clone it and I can just reuse it too. And I can like bootstrap. So then I could clone your shit, and then I can create like my feud 1, feud 2, feud 3, feud 4, and so forth, right? Which would be kind of cool. But anyway, like I think feel free to take a look at this. But I think show me his fucking app. Let me see how it works. So he has the ability to search. Okay.
Log in, sign up, search.
Yeah.
And I guess you just ask the question.
Yeah, perfect. I mean, it's ugly as fuck, but yeah.
Is it?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, like shit.
Yeah,
But
it's
you-
all fluid. You know.
use semantic, man. That'll be fine.
All right.
Right? I mean, like that's how I do all my shit. I just use semantic UI. It looks pretty good.
You know.
Yeah, this is. I mean,
Alright, but I just so should I wait for React or should I just start?
Well, here's the
writing
thing.
some functions.
so you can start because like
functions.
the React will only tells you what the UI looks like, right? Well, but there's a lot of state you gotta deal with, a lot of Firebase shit. I would start by like reading Firebase docs and trying to understand how
Do
Firebase
not, I
works,
don't
right?
have this.
Maybe create your own Firebase app, fuck around with it, like update data because it should be all real time too. So like if I upload something and he's on it, he should see it uploaded too.
right? The Firebase will like allow for all that, but you need to like be pretty like familiar with it. And then beyond that, like start like writing wrapper classes around Firebase, so you can start to like.
I want to see this one.
You got rapid classes on Firebase.
So that like Firebase gives you like generic like here's how you can update or a DB or a table or a field, right? Like you can start to write all the different things like you might need a function called upvote, which takes a question ID and a user ID and all this shit, right?
So like their basic function and wrap it in what my like
like your own implementation. Like for example, the GitHub API allows you to create a file, create a commit, and all this stuff. I wrote a function that says, okay, create new commit. I create a bunch of files and then I push it out to the commit and stuff like that. So the API gives you a bunch of like generic shit you can do, but you have specific app-specific use cases, right? Like Firebase API allows you to update a DB, but you specifically want to update a certain table that stores the number of upvotes for there, right? So you got to write a function that will say, okay, let me get the current table for the current account updated for there.
So you think I should start with Firebase?
Yeah, I think so, because that's going to be like the backbone. In fact, like going back to here, like your store is going to live in Firebase. And if you, that's how Samantha works. If you just lob the store back and forth, everyone's going to have the same state. The only one thing I would say that don't do is, you know how we created the constructor pattern? Yeah. I would not do that because like your store should technically just, like it shouldn't have any functions. It should just be property. Right? And then, right, like you know how we have our list item, which has a function called fucking mark completed or something. Yeah, it really shouldn't work that way. It should just.
That's like, what you tell them, so I can't use like Flux type of.
No, you usually use Flux, all that stuff. Just like that store should just be
in Firebase.
Yeah, well, it doesn't. It can be Firebase later, but the store cannot have any. It's got to be a pure. It should be an object that you can. That is JSON. Let's figure out. You see what I mean? And then it's simple, and you just pass that back and forth. Right. So I would start by thinking about the structure of your store.
That's
right?
why I've been looking up, like trying to find something here.
Well, you're probably gonna find anything specific. Just like,
not really.
Why don't you like
find
think about
PHP and
fuck that shit. Just try to think about like what it would need, and then you can swing it by me, and then we can always update it as we need to, right? Like if you think about it, like you're okay. If you think about if you first start by thinking about like just one QA board, right? Like okay. What do you need? What do you need? A list of questions. Probably need a list of tags. Probably a list of, like you see what I mean? Like users on that board and stuff. And then you can expand out. If you have.
But I don't want to make any UI anything until React comes.
Well, no, but you don't want to make any UI until you have your data anyway. So I'm saying like build out the data because your UI it just represents your data, right? So you should already have like functions that update the boards and all that stuff. You can see it via console. And the only thing you have to do afterwards is just make it show up, right? So if you go UI first, you're setting yourself up for a lot of extra work.
Okay, so I'll start with that and.
Yeah, start with that and work through all that because there's a lot there, right?
Yeah, and serverless, right?
Yeah, I mean, like don't worry about serverless until you have to, right? So just get the store going, and you hit me up with
just fuck myself up.
Just make a sample like object. Show it to me. I
to
can
do
look at
input.
it, right? Like. Or if you
to do item.
For it, that's important anyway. Like, be like, okay, the store, here's a
Fuck is
property,
the difference?
it's a type array, here's what it takes.
Input
here's
is our actual
specific about it, right? And
input
it's
field.
later.
I want to try to like.
It's that.
So why is there's some of the same functions
like
into do item, like
and
in events.
Yeah, like I wouldn't do this shit because like
and to do input and to do item.
Yeah, I think that's a good one first. Or it's important like yeah.
To do input is because we need to create.
Yeah,
to
some
do
people
function in there.
Facebook, right?
And the create to do action. We are doing the init, but the init in this one is the key down, whereas the other one is the click to delete. And to do item. So the to do input again is straight up for our input field to create, whereas our to do item is what our to do already is. What we already the value
of the input, basically.
The value of the input. Okay. Okay. I got you.
Oz,
I didn't know you could call it like that though.
what?
Like to do right here, to do. I mean, in the events here, and to do input, and then in the events here. I thought, well, it lives in separate files. I guess you could call it whatever the fuck you want to call it.
I'm not understanding.
No, I just was confused as to he just explained it, but I was confused to why it lived in two files.
Oh, because one is for the actual item.
Yeah, that's what he.
And you can have a whole bunch more, right? So that was a simple one. But if you think about something like, all right, let's see. All right, so a Q&A thing, right? Like, so you're gonna make like a Q&A thing. So you have like a question, you got upvote and a downvote, you got a comment, and you got like a ask or like mark answer. So each one of those will be in its own little component, and they'll do different things to one like store of data.
Okay.
Right. And what you can do is that's what I was telling him. If you use something like Firebase, you can actually throw that store around to other people who are hooked in, and now everyone instantly has the same state of data, which is how Samantha works.
How many stores should I have?
Have one. You always want one.
One store.
Yeah, and you can like you have top level properties that have shell properties and things like that. Flux allows you to have more than one store, but Redux does not.
So where should I start with mine? Because I'm gonna use React. I'm assuming because I gotta use React Native.
Yeah, for sure. But the beauty of it is, even with this thing, right? Like if I wanted, but because I got Flux on this thing, I could just switch all of these with like React Native components.
With React Native components.
Yeah, because that's just a UI, right? It doesn't give a shit as long as I pass in the proper data props. So when I told him, and I think it goes for everybody. Think about start off with your store. Where's your store going? What's the store going to look like, right? And remember, the store should just be JSON, like with serializable, so no functions, no constructors. It's gonna be empty initially, right? But like you should be like, okay, I need a property called a lost item, which is an array of objects that take these properties and so on and so forth. Right? In terms of like your backend, I mean, it depends on what you want to do, but I would say you want to use Firebase because it's just faster and easier. Unless you really, really want to use like SQL, I don't think it makes sense.
No, yeah. I was thinking about Firebase.
Yeah, you want something real time. So I was telling him too, like, start to look at the Firebase documentation, play around with it a little bit, start to like, Firebase will give you really, really generic things like, oh, create a new child of a field or some shit. But you might want to start to write like functions that'll do stuff like, oh, create lost items.
Because my app is pretty much data driven, right? So
yeah, almost all of these things are
gonna be data driven.
What's up?
Start with data.
Yeah, I always
That's how you do it.
Yeah, I don't know thought about this. Like, now Firebase has like a
I mean, like,
sign in. Do they have
like when I do it, like
or something like that?
I do it
Firebase?
because I'm trying to go fast. But
I don't know. Firebase has a authentication sign in with Facebook.
Yeah, Firebase has so they allow you to sign in. They allow you to store data. They allow you to upload files to the front end only. They also allow you to do tasks. So like these serverless shit I was talking about, you could theoretically do it through Firebase.
Like Facebook signing like all of
they have a Facebook, GitHub, Google, Twitter.
So like if they post it on your app, it also posts to their Facebook.
On their Facebook.
Good idea, bro.
Yeah.
But to do that, you still have to go ahead and set up like a Facebook app.
Yeah.
But that's fine.
So I still have to pull in Facebook API.
Yeah. But like, I mean, I can help you through it. And what they do now is they'll give you the access token when you sign in for Facebook's app. So like, you don't even have to do any like OAuth 2 shit, like, right? And I don't think you really want to do it on your own because it's kind of annoying. And if through Firebase, like, if it spikes up, they'll deal with it. You don't gotta like, and you can just deploy it through like GitHub Pages. You know what I mean? Or Firebase Pages or whatever.
How hard is it to build a video messenger?
They have a tutorial. I think Firebase got a tutorial for real time chat. I think they have.
Yeah, for real time chat, but for video, I don't know how to. I feel like you need a lot of
data.
All right. I don't even know how the fuck you do this. To be honest, I don't think about it.
Like
Off
that,
the top of my head.
access to your computers, camera, and
Yeah, you probably do like WebRTC, I guess. But even then, like I don't fucking. I guess all you do is create a connection and you just like turn on the fucking camera. Maybe it's not that hard. I don't know.
Pretty much. Yeah, that's what it sounds
All
like.
right, that's what it seems like. I bet you there's some like weird gotchas with the data transfer and shit that you gotta deal with. But I think that so like with your app, I think what you should do is like it should definitely and Firebase. I found because I was doing some research before. There's a library which will allow you to search through Firebase with geolocation called like GeoFire or some shit. I can try
what do
to
you want
find
to
it.
search through Firebase though? Like what type? Like
What's up? So like if you store the Latin long
Mhm.
of like where something was found, you can search by proximity. So you can say I'm here, find me everything around me, and it'll like go through all Latin longs and efficiently get you like
And get you
yeah. So then you don't gotta deal with
potential.
it, which is nice. I mean, Postgres has something similar, but I think if you use Firebase and it's real time, it's definitely easier.
Seems like Firebase has
what do you use
everything.
DB for? And yours personal stuff. What do you-
Firebase.
No, what do you use the backend?
He doesn't
Like low DB?
I don't really
I'm
like
asking you for nothing.
Like Mongo? Shit.
I don't. And if I do have like a server setup, I still use Firebase. Like I just have the API and instead of connecting to like Postgres, I'll connect to
Yeah,
Firebase.
so no
Now-
SQL, no Postgres,
No, not really. And if I
no DB.
no, and if I
Sounds like I'll
do
be rude.
like at
Yeah,
work,
Firebase.
what we do is we have we use AWS, and we have MySQL server that we connect to. And we launch up.
And they take care of the MySQL server, or
Yeah.
Now with you like beginning of class when we were talking to Baba, you were like, this is no back end, it's just straight front end and Firebase. Like now I understand what you mean by that.
Yeah, and it's actually an interesting challenge too, right? Because like, fuck, it makes you know like you need to store something, so you gotta like really like think around to come up with ways to not do it, but it's cheaper. It's the main
doesn't
reason.
JavaScript Weekly now have like a serverless architecture?
Yeah, I saw
So
that.
I saw that. Yeah. So people who are,
It's
I guess like
crazy.
you, right, who are really.
I think
into
I
the
think they're just
idea.
yeah. I think a lot of people it's gotten really popular these days. So like everyone's fucking talking about it, which is good, I guess. But what the fuck's he sending me more about? Yeah, the other supposed to have selected it. Perfect. All right. But anyway, so I think that it's definitely got to be an app, right? Like there's no
Yeah.
reason to make it anything else.
Has to be in that.
I think that.
But I do want to make it also a web app because
for sure.
for people who lose their phones,
Yeah,
they need to be able to go on
Fair enough. Yeah.
and search. That's I had that in my 3-page documentation.
Yeah. Well, no, like make it.
I'm kind of thinking.
So-
I'm kind of thinking I want it to be
It doesn't have to be a React Native app. Like it doesn't have to be an iOS app. It should be.
progressive web app. Can't do that.
What?
No, that won't work.
What?
Progressive web app.
Oh yeah, you can. There's no reason not to.
That way it looks like an app.
Well, if you make it a mobile first, it'll like look like an app. If you make it like progressive, yeah. One, it'll, you can add it to your home screen, and two is that it can work offline and stuff. But I would say hold on, like because yours is crazy enough as it is. I would say get the initial functionality, and then you can always add that after the fact, right? So and that's the other thing. Like you should always focus on like the MVP part first. Well, like for all you guys, if you just send me like your stores, we can start talking about like if there's anything that needs to be cut or not. Like I'm thinking about yours, and I'm thinking, okay, there's really two, like as you wrote, there are two user flows, right? One is, oh, I found something. So you take a fucking picture, you put a description, and it should automatically punch in the lat long.
That long,
And
right?
you just hit go and done, right? And that's it.
Yep.
And,
That's it.
and what happens is if someone, and then for the people who lost it, like, oh, I lost it here, and it finds all the people who uploaded, and then like maybe they can contact them through the app because you don't want to.
Right. That's why I want a messenger through the app.
Yeah, of some sort.
yeah.
And so it's like anonymous because like otherwise it can get kind of stalkery, right? Like,
Right. Well, like Let Go does. You know, Let Go.
No.
The app where they sell stuff.
Okay,
back
that's what
and
they do.
forth.
Okay,
Yeah, you
Yeah.
can just contact them through the thing, chat it up.
And they hit you back or
Yeah,
whatever.
you can set up to meet up or whatever you want to do after that.
Email back. Or
Yeah. No, the
Actual
messenger
messenger.
back. Yeah.
All right, yeah. So that's fine. So like you have those two flows, so you gotta come up with like how to store lost items, and you're probably gonna need Firebase storage, right?
Mhm.
To store the picture. Well, that's fine. That should be doing one. I think React Native should probably
You know
have.
how to do that.
Yeah, we.
Well, no, because you're gonna do it as an app now, right? So you're not gonna.
Oh, it's different.
So there's no HTML, right? It's still gonna be React. It's still gonna be Flux, but it's no longer gonna be any HTML code. So instead of divs and shit, like you have like web views, have like views, and what is it? Touchables, some shit or.
All of that is done through React.
It's still React, and that's what's like really nice about React is that what changes is the render. It's no longer divs, it's something else.
What about?
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Make on dispatch. That's all they have.
Right, mobile app.
Flux has a dispatcher. It depends on what you use. Like me,
Eventually, I'm
just
gonna
use
make a
the
web
word
app for
like
it. Like I said, for people who lose their phones, they want to be able to go on. But initially, I'm making it as a mobile app.
I saw that they have import dispatcher.
From whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Import React from React.
What? Yeah, cool idea. All right, so and now you need help trying to find something, right? You have no idea.
I mean, I did want to like look around with Raspberry Pi at first.
That's right.
All right, so
Yeah, this is what I said to.
Not the challenge of it, but it's just like useful.
You know who got a crazy one
But
too?
it's just also
Mario. He got like 7 pages.
All right, well, so what do you?
That's because
yeah?
that's because somebody came with something like they want
So
to
you got
message yes, like somebody wants.
Oh, somebody. He's doing it for somebody.
Yeah, but it's like this, like funny thing.
Yeah, I
was
took them
looking
like
at it,
3
I was
pages.
and they got, but they got it
I mean,
one step
it's
further.
what-
Like, you see what you got at the top?
follow or do or whatnot.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they got like
Just like
they explain to you how they want the page to look.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Like I guess
Well, you know,
Photoshop or
like-
whatever the hell you use.
There's nothing.
What's that? This is like you? You made that?
Yeah, but that's not the final one. The final one looks
So you
like
made that way.
The thing before.
some editor
life must have worked after that, which is
on my old computer
Oh,
actually.
shit.
But this is actually the one
What's that stand
I
for?
really use.
Right.
Mobile lost and found.
Oh, so you been had this idea?
I had it brewing before
Before
class.
class, right?
I
Yeah.
hate cards, but I would always be around. So it was just like something.
I got no idea, bro.
I think I got like.
I got no idea. That
I know mostly.
I think it'll pop.
I mean, I
I
really
think it
didn't
was
even
good.
want
Nah,
to
not that one.
like
bro.
in that area.
I like that one,
with
though.
the programming.
I don't know. I've seen it on a few different
So
platforms.
I did it for
Maybe
so
make the
long.
whole thing inside of
All right.
inside of that.
Nah, I tried it like that.
But I
It
mean, there's so
didn't
many
look too
things
good.
Well, you can have like an
Can't
effect
do
when you
it
go
too.
over it. Zooms in and out. I don't know.
I mean, that's now you talking about visual graphics. Trying to
Nah,
stay away
you got
from
like a
like
CSS.
from
At first,
CSS.
like, I wanted to do something like
Hey,
I don't know
CSS
if
do
you
crazy
know
shit.
what
Yeah.
LoJack
If I have
is.
time, I'll dig
that they
into
put on
that.
cars.
I'll get the
It's like,
functionality.
you have it,
Functionality.
your insurance gets cheaper because
Nah.
they track you.
I want to deploy my shit. I want to fucking try to make money on my shit.
I wanted
I
to
just
make
want-
something
I just
similar
want
to
something
that
that-
would just undercut LoJack.
What you think, Ty? What do you think? Come on.
Oh, it's nice.
It's nice. It's nice enough, right?
Good enough, yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna throw that on
Did you make it yourself?
the logo. Yeah, I did actually.
I don't know, Todd. I really don't know what the hell you can do.
All right. Well, all right.
Logo.
What do
Music, I like music, but it's like what else can that be done? And then I was thinking about the whole using the
Really?
API too for something.
Right.
I got a couple ideas. Okay, here. Here's some shit I've always wanted to build. All right.
Oh.
Why don't you think about something around like events, right? Like someone goes to a fucking party or some shit, right? Maybe you make an app that allows other people to generate like you know event websites, right? So like A and B are getting fucking married or some shit. Someone's like sweet 16, right? So like there's always gonna be a venue. There's always gonna be a way to edit and invite people. There's always gonna be like shit like directions and all that stuff, right? So maybe you can make something where it sends them like automatically sends them like text messages if they want about updates. And it has like a little map and directions that it can
Man,
To the
bro.
venue, you mean?
what's up, to the venue or like it's all configurable, right? And then it does something like it could be cool too. Like it could be like it will generate invitations and email it to everyone, and there are APIs that you can use to actually send like actual mail if you want to do that.
Logo? It's like Kickstarter.
Yeah, and then
text message.
yeah, and then you could do something like beyond that. It could be like, oh, you choose the menu.
It's one
It
of
could
the
be
things I
something
really want
like
to hear
it's
about, right?
a buffet. It'll tell you what all the things are. You could do something like it generates a hashtag, and if they take like pictures through the app, it'll automatically push it out to like a wedding album or some shit. So that's one thing you could do, right? Like with that, you could do something like
He showed me, he pulled out a
crowdsourced DJ.
catalog.
So like you're at a party or some shit, and everyone's there, and they're playing like
That whatever that abbreviation is.
like people can add a song to the queue,
have one extra.
and it gets queued up to play, right? So
Yeah.
all the there, you play song A, and like song A is playing, and it's like, you know what, I want song B, song C, song D. Like you're just, like there's an interface, you hit like, okay, go add it, and then like, it automatically adds it to like a current party playlist or something.
And then I found out they're filled with like the heavy for quality, and they look like wood, and they look just like the product. They're filled with like rocks.
Yeah, that could be interesting.
Yeah,
right?
then I heard when you plug
something
when
like,
you plug me, you just gonna get mashed at it.
Oh shit! Why you ain't telling Leo plug it in? Let me hear it.
We was outside in the
You-
street.
you
He pulled
like-
up to me. He didn't want to like leave me alone.
It could be something like.
I was like, yeah, yo, I'll buy it right now. Let's just go test it
like
out.
alarm, like
I wanted to bring
set it
like
up,
I wanted him to
all
get
the
like $20. I was killing him. And then he was so mad and buy it.
shit. You know, like it's like goals. You could do something where
How do I get-
like you
how
can
do I
also
do-
like plan out your diet or some shit. So like tell you like what to
The
eat,
right
where,
guys.
or like how you're doing. There's lots of
Funny,
shit
right?
like that they can do. You know what I mean? Where it's like it's something like useful for everyday life. You know. Or
they slid
you can build something where
they opened the back.
it's like a to do or remind yourself to text, right? Or like, oh, text me at this point or whatever, or at this time of the day until I do it. Keeps like texting me until it's done.
You got your phone? I can bring your phone a week.
You could do.
You got it.
What you mean?
No, because you get the
So
key.
you do.
Like
So you can build a thing I was telling these
Oh,
guys
no,
to
but I
build,
got my
which
first
is
one.
like
today.
an app where a bunch of
On the
people
Sunday,
On the
can
parking lot.
like form a study group
On the
or
street.
an online course, and
It's free parking on
the
Sundays.
app will like try to motivate them
Yeah,
to work on
yeah,
place
yeah,
for them
yeah.
to like talk to
We
each
have
other,
on
work
Sunday.
on ideas, work on
Huh?
plans together.
Not on this strip.
Yeah.
The whole strip.
It's on the street.
That's like 5
Free.
ideas right there.
Shit's
So, like,
good.
any one of those would be fun to say.
Sundays
And those are things that I would want to
Let's do that. I don't know why I didn't take the train.
Try to build up something like that.
Okay.
I do have a question about this though. If you have a second.
I gotta be there like somewhere at 4, so that's fine. I can.
Was this our starting point basically?
Is it index?
No.
Then
I
no.
mean, no, I mean in the sense that like
Study
once
this shit, man.
we started building.
I'm about to go home and study this shit.
The base component.
Yeah.
Yeah, like this is like so like the equivalent is in React. There's always there's a component class, and you extend that for all your. So it's the same idea.
Function.
And it has like the most basic shit, right? I mean, with React, there's a lot more involved, and this is very simple.
Yeah, the action just.
Is there any
define?
I mean,
use
you
case
would think the
of what we
dispatch.
built like this, or is
It's
this
gotta-
just
the
for us
dispatch
to
and I
learn a
understand.
React type of way?
So I mean, I think like this by itself is raw, and I would probably say not right before me.
Yeah, I don't know.
Again, bad. But like the patterns are very important because like I bet you React.
Like what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go home. I'm gonna try to make an
And
update.
what's really the use case of Flux?
Word.
I'm gonna try to make an update
Really the
to
use
this.
case of Flux.
If I could
So
do it, then I
Flux
understand.
is it's
'Cause I think
a
that's
data
what-
store that abstracts away the data from your UI. Up until now, the UI and data have been like this, which is why like UI programming sucks, right? Because the data and UI are so closely matched. If you ever need to update the data or the UI, you have to do a lot of work.
Oh,
If you do it here, Flux keeps the
Because
data in one
this
place
is
and the UI in a different place, right? And all the UI does is it just reflects the state of the data itself. So it gives you a sane way to keep track of how things are changing, right?
It's just
And all the UI does is it
It's just an
draws
architecture.
itself based on what
What I send
the
you.
data looks like.
Yeah.
And if you interact with the UI, it just tells the data, hey, this interaction happened, the data decides how to rearrange itself.
Follow it from the view.
Because I was watching some
From the view to the
tutorials on
store,
React,
to access
seeing
to
them
dispatch.
do like get initial state,
Just
and
keep
they're
that.
nesting components together and whatnot.
That's all like UI, right?
Yeah, but then I was just wondering. I was just like, is this is
Flux even really necessary then if this pretty much does it with just states and props that you could just drop in?
Well, so
or-
all the data that we pass back to our components are the props.
Yeah.
We haven't really
Exactly.
touched state. The closest equivalence to state was when we did the 5-day forecast. Remember, like we did the F and C. That's a state.
Okay.
Right, because that's like only important to the component and how it sees itself. But the props are just the overarching like data, right? And the idea is Flux prevents component to component communication. You don't want two sibling components to ever talk to one. That's just bad, right? Because if two can talk, then one can talk to 5, one can talk to 8. Now it's confusing to see what's going on. So you always have them go up to the data and come back down and redraw. And if you do that, it becomes very easy to tell what's happening and how things are changing.
Okay. Right?
And like an update to the data will always trigger an update to the UI, and that's what I was going to go into next with state versus prop. A prop is basically all the like, huh? There are two things. There's state and props. Props are effectively just the store. The store is passed down as props always. Props are immutable, just like our store is, right? That's why we take one version and we copy it over and give you one new version. State is mutable, and the best example of state I can give, as I told them, was the 5-day forecast. You know how we had the Fahrenheit and the Celsius?
Yeah.
That was only important, like the data store like did not change. The temperature is still in Kelvin, right? It's just how you show it. That's an example of state. That stays like within the component. But the
we're
props
just changing the state.
exactly.
Of that component.
Right. But if you wanted to change like which day you're trying to like take a look at or something, now you have to go up to the data store and say, hey, or like which location. So hey, don't show me NYC, show me like some other town. That's a prop change, and then that redraws everything.
So initially, everything we think about changing that we're looking at in our view, you have to think about it as going into the store,
updating.
We're gonna update it whatever kind of way,
and
then
the UI just
give it the action to do so.
Yep.
And we'll dispatch it.
Right.
Tell the action.
Here's how you change it.
Here's how you change it. Change it and then redraw.
It'll redraw automatically. Yeah.
And redraw it.
So with React, we don't touch the DOM anymore. We touch like
we don't touch the DOM.
reading a lot.
I mean, like you still can, and you might have to a little bit.
Virtual, that's why I keep reading.
Yeah, I'll talk about that. It's an object.
The virtual DOM.
Yeah, so they recreated the DOM in React because DOM the manipulations are historically slow. But if you have an object that represents a DOM, like you can do all your shit there, and then all it says is just it will just find the least set of changes you have to make for the real DOM to look like the virtual DOM, and then it's an abstract away.
And that's where the speed comes in.
Quote unquote, yeah.
Because it's easy to specify like the smallest part that you want to change. But
because then it'll just, instead of like redrawing 1,000 divs, it'll just redraw the 2 that got updated. You see what I mean? Like in our to-do list, every time you
even using your root div, it's still not
great, because if you have 1,000 of those, right? If you have 1,000 like to-do list items, in our way, it'll get redrawn every time. With React, only one will get like removed.
It finds like the corresponding change.
And React, React is something you use always now, though.
Yeah, always.
Like we don't have to use what the fuck. We don't have to use constructors and Flux or everything, but we have to use React now moving forward. Like, in no sense. Does it make sense not to use it?
I'm not understanding the question.
Like, Flux doesn't have to be used for everything we do. But should we be using React now for every JavaScript thing we do? Because Flux is just like if you have a big data-driven, but if I'm just making my portfolio page, I can use React for that because it'll make it easier, but I shouldn't use Flux, right? So what I'm trying to say is, should React, like once we learn it, that's it?
That's what I was.
You get what I mean, right?
Because
this is just the architecture, like, and if I'm just making a profile page, I don't need this.
That's what I was saying, because I was watching a tutorial the other day on React, and they weren't using like constructors or anything, or Flux at all.
I think what he showed us is as complicated as we can get. Like, so if we see it, because if you look up Facebook's, what I send you, if you look up Facebook's Flux introduction, they made a to-do list app like it is, but theirs is much You think his is hard? His is like theirs. They took it and they separated it even more. So their folder structure, it's the way he has it, views, the dispatcher, everything. It's like that. It's just more like you just check it out. Just Google GitHub Flux architecture. And they got that's what Paul was talking about, that he rebuilt the React that he did the React to-do list with Flux. Because they have a tutorial for you to go through. But it's complicated. Because they split shit up like crazy. They split everything up. And they use something called dispatchers. Because there's a dispatcher library that they have. They have their own dispatcher library. So they instead of him
making our own.
they just wrote import dispatcher from dispatcher.
And they know all the freaking strings
And
basically.
it's a module already. Look it up. Like if you
That's
want to go in
actually
depth
pretty
with
cool.
it, you look it up.
But I mean, again, that's if we could make our own dispatcher library.
Yeah, no, he just told me that he doesn't even use it. Like he just uses his own. It's like 4 lines. But I'm just saying, just so you can understand, because this is a big concept. Fucking like, oh shit! Now I have to make sure
That's
that
what I'm saying,
nothing.
yo, it's
I
just
have to make sure that nothing could know about nothing else.
Yeah, exactly. After
and
like
have to make sure that if I make a change over here, it's still gonna like be able to loop around and work. Cause that shit don't know about this.
it's fucking work.
But-
It's I don't know. It's
Because to
working
me, it's
ass
easier
backwards.
to be like, oh, query selector, this.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? Like, because now we got to think about like don't expose variables, shit don't talk to each other, like the whole memorization shit. I mean,
But
the
is
whole
that how-
not memorization, optimization.
But is that how it is in React?
No, I think React just simplifies what we learn
Exactly.
a lot.
So I
I
don't
think
think you have to really worry about all of that.
you gotta worry about, I guess, optimization still, like
Optimization, yeah.
like you see that collection shit he was talking about.
Yeah.
That's like if you had a variable that you updated it like 30 times. What about the 29 other times that you really only want the last one now?
Well, that's what. Oh, right.
Right, Sock, like the garbage collection shit. Like if I had one variable and I updated it 30 times, like the 29, and I really only need the 30th.
So the way
Update
the garbage collection is just that, like, if it's like within a function, every time you call the function, it'll create, it'll store it, and then when the function is done running, it will clear it. Okay. One of the reasons why globals is bad is because if you now just use globals everywhere, then what's going to happen is you created those globals, you're updating, but you're never actually clearing those variables. For small projects, it doesn't really fucking matter, but there are some cases where that might just go crazy, like if you do it on like a scroll or some shit, you know what I mean? And it just continually updates or something, and if you have enough of it, if it gets crazy, then you're gonna.
Yo, your what the fuck is it? Whoa, marquee. There's one button, I click on that, and it'll just blow my computer up.
Yeah, but you know
what
why,
is that? That it tries to go into this huge grid mode.
Yeah,
I could
you know what it
I
does?
could be rebooted. I'm like, oh fuck, I ain't pressing that button.
You know what it does? I load like 1,000 iframes.
What is it? I wanted to see the can
It's
your
1,000
computer handle
iframes.
it? Because I couldn't get to the.
Yeah, and then I
couldn't
gotta
find out what it was.
Would you be able to
You got like a blow my computer up button.
how to do that?
Was it like experimental features?
Freaking loop that loop that.
Yeah, you would. I would have used reduce, but
I want to see that.
I probably can't do it.
I like experimental features, whatever. Fuck. Keep going.
It's not even experiment. I mean, it was experimented like fucking 5 years ago, and I made
Why
it.
is it
but,
killing my computer?
It's because it's calling 1,000 iframes or however many I got. Hold up.
Yeah, press that button at the top.
Yeah, I'm in
See
the
that
fucker load.
blue, little blue bar?
All right, here we go. Here goes nothing. Give it a second.
No, I couldn't handle it. Mine was like.
Oh, there's one left. Anybody want? Fuck up your son?
Oh yeah. These are the best. Yeah. Okay. Mine froze though. Oh. His computer's better than mine. Yeah. I don't know. My shit just froze. I don't know what the fuck.
Right, shit, yeah. It should.
Look, man, it shit still ain't.
I didn't have to process it.
It's just only got one thing loaded. I'm getting out of here. Nah, his shit froze too. What the fuck is supposed to even be? I'll be using his old website he made.
Yeah.
They got some good like resources. The feud, if you go to feud, you got a lot of resources.
A lot of resources in feud?
Whoa. You seen it?
Yeah, what is it though? Is it just,
Every single link is an
article?
iframe. You see all the links you saw?
Yeah.
They're all iframes here.
Oh, shit.
Then
What's the point of that?
it's cool. I'm fucking around.
On the phone or something?
No, not at all. It'll actually blow up a phone. When it's done loading, like you can scroll and you can scroll X, and you see that? You scroll down, up, left, right. If you click on one, it expands.
Like what? Like it don't. This is not like. Why is this so resource intensive? Like this is like
Well,
if I wanted to do this,
Because I have 1,000 windows within one window, right?
but you don't even have that. You don't even have 1,000 articles linked.
Or I have what 80, 100, I don't know, but that's more than one, right? You see what I mean? It's like instead of one window is spawning 100 other windows, right? So imagine all the memory and all that shit. That's all that good stuff, yeah.
Your eyes. One right there, next to the Lincoln.
Okay, yeah.
So I spoke to the guy this morning. He's gonna let me rent a spot there for my van.
All right.
So I need a ride from there to just to my car. That's in North Bergen.
Oh, what time?
If you can. I get home like around like 3:30.
Oh, yeah, it should be.
Around like 12.
Nobody's here.
Yeah, Faisal's here.
Oh my God. That shit saves me. I was happy that he let me rent it. I was like, oh shit.
Yeah, you were talking about it too.
Yeah. I went to talk to him this morning. He was like, he didn't really want to do it. And I'm like, yo, listen, I give him 150. Shut up. He was like, all right.
Yeah. See, there it is.
Too much.
And if you click on,
I'm gonna make my
Go
final
on,
body.
watch this game.
What did you say you were going to do, Miguel? You were going to do what with this?
With what?
oh,
I'm gonna try to make an update.
update.
You know how we made a delete?
Okay.
I'm gonna make an update just so I could,
Like the mark complete?
like even a mark complete or
Start off with the mark complete.
start up with a mark complete.
Yeah, it's easier because all you got to do is just add a class with the mark complete.
Right.
But then, yeah, and then after that,
Trying to edit.
yeah. The edit because
I
you
feel
got to
like
put
once
an
I do
input
that,
field.
then I know I understand.
Yeah. You know what's gonna happen is in your render, like you'll need an input, an input and an if statement, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what you got to do is you got to be like, oh, if it's in like if you create an edit mode or some shit, if it's
Right.
edit mode, then root.innerHTML is an input field with a bunch of shit. Else root.innerHTML is some other stuff, and that'll probably do it.
Yes.
Something like that. But yeah, so if you like here,
You good with juice?
yeah, I'm good. Thanks, man. Alright, plug this shit. Good night. Like always. Yeah, it's an iframe. These are all iframes. That's the problem.
You right? Oh no, he's going.
Yeah, I gotta take.
Hey, man. All right, guys, be good.
All right, man.
Oh, I gotta commit this shit. Fuck. And then
At the Speedway.
At the Speedway, yeah.
I've been on this entire time. That's cool. Yeah.
I'll hit you up like around noon or something though to let you know. Oh, that's my
Yeah,
cat.
my fucking hair hurts.
Another day, I'll let you know how the game is going.
Oh shit, it's about to start.
Yes, sir.
GSW.
See you later.
See you guys.
Thanks.
See you, man. Later, Max.
See you Tuesday, guys.